Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this opening session on the Forum on the Future of the Mediterranean, which is being celebrated on the account of Spain's presidency of the chairmanship of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean. First of all, we will hear from the Speaker of the Spanish Senate, Francina Armengol.
Majestad,
Your Majesty, Speaker of the Senate, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Parliamentary Republic, Chair of the Andalusia Government, Minister of Sports, Secretary General of the Union for the President, Spanish delegate in Andalusia, Mayor of Granada, authorities, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin, and I think I speak on behalf of all representatives to thank His Majesty the King for being here for this opening event for the Forum on the Future of the Mediterranean. Thank you very much. It is a great honor for me to welcome you to the city of Granada. It is not happenstance that we are meeting in this city, which has been a witness to an end, a symbol of the history that extends along the Mediterranean trade routes. The history of Granada and so many other Mediterranean cities have been built upon the coming together of diverse cultures that cross the sea and come together to form a shared Mediterranean identity, thus resulting in immigration and migration. The theme that has been chosen for the Spanish presidency of the Parliamentary Assembly for the Union of the Mediterranean is the migratory situation in the Mediterranean from a comprehensive perspective. We wanted to focus on the cross-cutting causes that explain migratory movements in the Mediterranean region. This forum seeks to touch on all of them. Migratory movements are phenomena that have existed for centuries. They are inherent to the human existence. However, forced displacements, whether they be caused by armed conflict, violence, persecution, and human rights violations, or hunger and natural disasters, are becoming an ever-worsening worldwide crisis. I would like to sincerely thank Ms. Suica, the new Commissioner for the Mediterranean, for presenting the ideas which are the strength of the new Pact for the Mediterranean. They are particularly germane as well for the leadership of the Secretary General of the UFM, Ambassador Nasser Kamel, because Spain has desired and endeavored to strengthen the role of the Parliamentary Assembly as the hand of the executive branch of the UFM in order to pool our efforts so as to create a stronger regional partnership. The Granada-born and universally recognized poet Federico Garcia Lorca described the Mediterranean as the divine sea of our blood and music. I think that his definition perfectly encapsulates the vision of our shared reality. We are a unique and autonomous region where so many worlds come together. All of the peoples of the Mediterranean can ascertain the words of Lorca, that we share a divine sea of our blood and music, because the Mediterranean is, without a doubt, a journey and a destination in one. I know that no one questions the fact that we are living in exceptional times. The extremely complex geopolitical situation forces us to not lose sight of the vision of the Mediterranean region and make sure that it figures prominently in our discussions. We are keeping a very close eye on the situation in Gaza after Israel's unilateral breach of the ceasefire last March 18th. We are attentive to the conversations between Israel and Hamas, as well as making sure that humanitarian aid gets into Gaza in collaboration with international organizations. We are expecting the consolidation of the ceasefire in Lebanon and a permanent end to hostilities. And of course, we are closely following the political transition in Syria to make sure that it satisfies the wills of the people, as the peace and security of the region are at play.
Las nuevas reglas unilaterales impuestas al
At
comercio
the
mundial por la
same
nueva administración
time, the
estadounidense
unilateral
a todos y a
impositions
todas.
being made upon by
A la
the
vez,
new
Europa
administration
se
in the
enfrenta
U.S.
hoy a una crisis
is
histórica, porque lo que está en
forcing us
riesgo
in
es
Europe
la
to face a
estructura de
crisis of
seguridad que
historic
nos
proportions,
sostiene
with the
desde
structure of security we have known since 1945
El
at
orden
risk.
mundial se ha
The world
resquebrajado
order has
y ahora
cracked
mismo
and is now under
empujan
threat
con
by
empeño
forces
corrientes que
that
intentan
seek
diluir
to
a la
undermine
alianza de
democratic
valores democráticos.
values.
Forjar
Now,
alianzas
more than
estratégicas con
ever,
regiones
we must
vecinas y
forge
fiables
strategic
se
alliances
convierte
with
ahora más
reliable
que nunca
neighboring
en algo
regions.
esencial. La importancia
The
geoestratégica del
Mediterranean
Mediterráneo
region's
reside en que conecta
geostrategic
tres
performance lies in the
continentes,
fact that it is a
África,
crossroads
Asia
that
y
connects
Europa.
three
Sin
continents,
embargo,
Africa,
las
Asia, and
desigualdades
Europe.
económicas
Nevertheless,
entre las
economic
dos orillas del
disparities between the
Mediterráneo
two coasts
han
have
acabado
made it a
convirtiéndolo
boundary
en
more
una
than a shared
frontera,
space.
más que en un espacio común. Muchas
Many
personas
people
se
take
lanzan
to the
cada
sea
día al
every
mar
day
en
in
busca
search
de
of
una
a
vida
better
mejor,
life,
o
or
simplemente
sometimes
para
just to
salvar su
survive
vida, huyendo
by
de
fleeing
conflictos
conflicts
o de
or economic
situaciones
hardships
económicas
in their
difíciles
countries of
en
origin.
sus países de origen. Pero esta
But the
travesía
crossing is
es
extremely dangerous.
extremadamente peligrosa. Y las rutas del
Whereas the
Mediterráneo,
roads of the
que
Mediterranean
aproximaron culturas
brought
en
cultures
otros
together in
momentos
the
de la
past,
historia,
today
hoy cargan
they are
con
littered
miles de
with
vidas
lost
humanas
lives.
perdidas. La
The
cruda
harsh
realidad es
reality
que a pesar
is
de los
that
esfuerzos,
despite all
las rutas del
efforts, the
Mediterráneo
roads
siguen
of the
siendo de las más
Mediterranean are the
mortíferas
deadliest
del
in the
mundo.
world.
Los debates en torno a la necesidad de una gestión
The
ordenada y
need for
segura de la
orderly and safe
migración se suceden
migration
en foros
management
internacionales.
persist
En nuestra pasada
is
reunión
debated
de parlamentos del sur,
endlessly in
tratamos de
international
encontrar
fora.
vías de solución,
At our last meeting of the
poniendo el
parliaments of the
acento en la
South, we tried to
migración
find a
como
way
una
to a solution
oportunidad de
by placing the
desarrollo
accent on
tanto
migration
para los
as a
países de
development
origen,
opportunity for
tránsito y
countries of
destino,
origin,
como
transit,
para
and
los
destination,
propios
as well
migrantes,
as for
la sociedad de
migrants, the
acogida
host
y la
society
sociedad
and the
de
destination
destino,
society,
situando,
all
por
the
supuesto,
while
en el
placing
centro los
migrants'
derechos
human
humanos de
rights
las
at the
personas
center of the
migrantes.
discussion.
But
as I mentioned earlier, people do not just flee from poverty. They also leave because of lack of water, droughts in Africa, and floods in Pakistan. These phenomena coincided with a sharp uptick in asylum requests in Europe in 2023. The Mediterranean basin has a serious desertification problem, and the scarcity of water could be the source of serious conflict between the region's countries in the future. This could be aggravated by the food crisis, which would be caused by the water shortages. That is why the climate emergency is another one of the main reasons for migratory flows in the region. This year, it is estimated that 20% of the EU's population will be over the age of 65, the highest ever. Our population will begin shrinking this year, while at the same time, the African continent is experiencing a young population boom. In 2025, almost half of the people under the age of 18 worldwide will be African. This figure will double by 2050. Finding job market opportunities for so many young people is a huge challenge and a tremendous opportunity at the same time. Circular migration agreements and organizing seasonal work in host countries by hiring in countries of origin is an established tool in countries like Morocco and Spain. More than 15,000 people make the crossing each year, which is a mutually beneficial endeavor for both countries. Finding projects to support temporary workers when they return home, especially women, is a way to maximize those benefits, because they then initiate productive projects in their country. That is why accounting for the reality of women when developing migratory policies should also be a priority. Furthermore, the foundation of the UFM, the Barcelona process, is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. The reform process that began in 2023 should be complete in November, with the adoption of the strategic roadmap for the future of the Mediterranean at the upcoming 10th Regional Forum in Barcelona. We would like to continue to contribute to building the roadmap. From a parliamentary perspective, we believe that intercultural dialogue is essential. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge those who participated in the olive planting ceremony yesterday, when representatives planted 22 different olive tree varieties from 22 different regions in a symbolic act of peace. This future peace garden will be located in the Alhambra and Generalife monument.
Que se situará en el conjunto monumental de la Alhambra y el Generalife.
It is said that the olive tree is one of the first plants that humans can learn to cultivate. This powerful symbol, carried down from the beginning of time, should serve to seal our commitment to fight our common future. Everyone who is here today wants a stable, prosperous, and peaceful Mediterranean. I hope that the discussions and conclusions we adopt will reflect that reality. Thank you.
A continuación, pronunciará unas palabras
The next speaker will be the Speaker of the Senate, Mr. Pedro Royan.
Majestad,
Your Majesty, Speaker of the Congress, President of the Andalusian Regional Government, Minister of Education, Vocational Training and Sport,
del Parlamento de Andalucía, delegado del
President
Gobierno en
of the
Andalucía,
regional government and
querida
delegate
alcaldesa
here in
de
Andalusia,
Granada, digo querida alcaldesa porque los que hemos sido
dear
alcaldes
Mayor
siempre tenemos una especial
of
relación,
Granada, and I say
secretario
dear
general
friend
de
there
la Unión
because
por el
those of us who have been mayors have a special
comisaria para el
relationship,
Mediterráneo,
the Commissioner for the
miembros de la mesa,
Mediterranean,
miembros del Senado,
members
restos de
of
autoridades, muy buenos días.
the Bureau,
En
also
primer lugar,
to
agradezco de manera muy
the
especial la
Secretary General
participación
of
de Su Majestad el
the
Rey
Union for
en este foro,
Mediterranean. First of all, let
porque
me thank
evidentemente
His
su
Majesty the King of
presencia
Spain, Philip VI, for his
respalda y
presence here at this
apoya
meeting.
esta
His presence here
importante unión de países.
endorses
También
and
quiero
gives us a
agradecer la
support in
colaboración
this
de la presidenta
important
del
union of
Congreso, así
countries.
como
I'd also like
la
to
inestimable
say thank you
colaboración y
to the
apoyo de
Speaker
la
of the
Junta de
Congress and
Andalucía,
thank you to
de la
the
Diputación de
valuable
Granada
support
y del
from
Ayuntamiento
the
de
Regional Government of
Granada
Andalusia,
y del resto de
the
instituciones
Diputación in
que han hecho
Granada,
posible
the City of Granada, and all other
organizar de
institutions
manera
that have made it
acertada
possible
y
for us
brillante
to
este foro.
quite brilliantly
Señoras y
and
señores, se cumplen 30 años del proceso
very
de
rightly
Barcelona,
hold this
un
event
hecho que
here.
podemos calificar
Ladies and
como
gentlemen, this
histórico,
year is the 30th
que dio
anniversary of the
origen
Barcelona
a esta
process.
unión por el
Now, that's an event
Mediterráneo
that we could
donde
describe as
confluimos
historic,
hoy
because
más
that
de
was the
40
event that
países.
gave rise to this Union for the
Aquel proceso se
Mediterranean, where more than
materializó
40
gracias a
countries
la
come
voluntad,
together. That
al
process took
consenso
tangible
y a la
form
generosidad
thanks
de los
to
países
the
para avanzar
willingness, the
hacia la
consensus and
conformación de un
generosity
espacio
of
común que convirtiera
countries
al
to be able to move
Mediterráneo
forward towards
en lo que
shaping
siempre ha
that
sido,
common area
un espacio
that
de
would
paz
convert the
y un
Mediterranean
espacio de
into what it had
prosperidad.
always been, an
A
area of
todos nos
peace
une
and
este mar
prosperity.
histórico donde se
This historic
desarrollaron las
sea
civilizaciones
unites us all.
más antiguas
It's a
que hoy
sea
conocemos.
where the
Gracias a
earlier
este mar hemos
civilizations
establecido y
known today
fortalecido
were
numerosos
developed.
lazos
Thanks to that
históricos,
sea,
culturales,
we've established and strengthened
diplomáticos,
numerous
sociales y también
historical,
económicos.
cultural,
Este
diplomatic, social, and
intercambio nos ha
economic bonds.
enriquecido y
Now,
nos
that
ha hecho
exchange has
avanzar
enriched
y
us,
progresar,
it has made us
consiguiendo
move
que sea
forward,
un
it has
lugar,
made
un
us
espacio de
progress,
prosperidad y modernidad
and it has
como
helped
existen
that
pocos
area
en el mundo.
to become a prosperous and modern area.
Un
There are very
Medi- un
few in the
Mediterráneo
world today
que nos ha
like that.
unido,
It's a
que nos
Mediterranean
une
that has
y que
united
estoy
us,
seguro
that
que nos
unites
unirá
us, and
más
I'm absolutely
estrechamente
sure
en el
that it
futuro,
will
si cabe.
unite us even more closely
Esta
in the future, if that is at all
responsabilidad
possible. This
nos
historic
debe motivar
responsibility
para seguir
should be
trabajando de manera
our
coordinada
motivation
para
to
que el
continue to
Mediterráneo
work
sea
in a coordinated
un
fashion
espacio de
so that
oportunidades.
the
No
Mediterranean
podemos
can
permitir
be
que este
an
mar
area
se
of
convierta
opportunities. We
en
cannot
el
allow
punto
this
final
sea
de muchas
to
vidas.
become the final
El
destination
tema
for so
elegido
many
para la
lives.
presidencia de España en
The
esta
theme
unión
that's been
por el
chosen by
Mediterráneo
Spain's
es
presidency
la situación
of
migratoria en el
this
Mediterráneo desde
Union
un
for the
enfoque
Mediterranean
integral.
is migration in the Mediterranean
No
from
es
a
una
holistic
cuestión nueva,
approach. Now, this is
ya que se ha
not
debatido
a
en
new
foros
issue.
anteriores,
It has been
pero
discussed in
representa
previous
una
meetings,
oportunidad para
but it
proponer
does
y debatir
represent an
perspectivas y
opportunity to
soluciones
put forward
más
proposals
actuales
to debate
y acordes
perspectives and
realidad
solutions
existente y
that are
cambiante.
more up to date and aligned
Según
with
Frontex, la
the
inmigración irregular
current
en
and
la
changing
Unión
reality.
Europea
According to
se redujo un
Frontex,
38%
irregular immigration in the
a lo
European
largo del
Union
2024,
dropped 38%
alcanzando
in
el nivel más
2024.
bajo desde el 2021.
That took it to the lowest
Sin embargo,
level since
en nuestro país, en
2021.
España,
However, in
el
Spain, in
número
our
de
country,
inmigrantes irregulares
the
se
number
incrementó
of
en un
irregular
12,5%
immigrants
en
increased by
2024, según los
12.5% in
propios datos del
2024,
Ministerio del
according to
Interior.
the data provided by the Ministry of Interior in Spain, governments need to respond effectively and quickly to a problem that is putting in jeopardy many, many lives. They should put in practice policies that will foster safe, orderly and regular migration, as set out in the UN Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, Regular Migration that was approved in 2018. They have to do this in a coordinated fashion, in a joint fashion, and deal with this in all international meetings, always in line with the principles of human dignity, freedom, equality and solidarity. In this respect, I'd like to highlight the Pact on Migration and Asylum that was passed by the European Union that has laid the foundations for the European Union's migratory policy for the next few years. Migration requires responses that go beyond borders. It needs to be a broad, wide-ranging plan bringing together states. The bonds between the countries of origin, transit, destination need to be strengthened. We need to work together to avoid that these migratory flows put at risk human lives and only benefit those people trafficking mafias. It requires the engagement of all political, social and business actors. Those stakeholders need to coordinate to be able to achieve that effective response. Migration can be an engine for growth and development. It can be an opportunity for economic growth and a source of social and cultural exchanges. We've confirmed that is the case down history. Cities in which several cultures have coexisted together and where diversity has always predominated, and they were always prosperous, advanced cities full of life. History has also shown us that the periods of peace always coincide with the most prosperous and advanced periods. Wars are one of the main reasons for migration, and that is why we need to ensure that these conflicts that we can see right now come to an end. We need to achieve a fair and long-lasting peace in all of those conflicts. Conflicts like the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which entails a serious threat for our own democracies and freedoms. Also, the situation in the Middle East is tremendously worrying. We would ask for a permanent, long-lasting ceasefire, the release of Israeli hostages and of the Palestinian prisoners. We want all humanitarian aid to be allowed to go in with no conditions attached. A long-term plan that will allow peace and stability in the area. Conflicts need to be replaced by dialogue, consensus and diplomacy. And we need to avoid any heightening of tension. We have to contribute to the stability of the Euro-Mediterranean area. And we should also make a commitment to investment in the security of states. The history that we know has demonstrated that all the countries in the Union for the Mediterranean have always managed to get through circumstances, no matter how difficult and complex they are. And we've done that through initiatives embedded in the idea of peace, cooperation and stability. We're now facing a new challenge that requires us to give everything that we can, the best that we can. Let's think about our future, our children and our grandchildren, about the world that we want to leave to future generations. And this meeting is an excellent opportunity to enter into dialogue, to learn, and to establish a common path based on values and principles, those ones that underpinned the Barcelona Conference 30 years ago, together in coordinated fashion and with political will and determination, with a lot of determination, basing what we do on what brings us together, the more than 40 countries represented here today, and I'm absolutely sure that we can achieve this. The Mediterranean, its people, the peoples, and the future generations deserve us to make that effort. Let us not let them down. This meeting, this forum, can and should be a wonderful opportunity to demonstrate that and to convey an important, significant message to the world of peace, union, stability and prosperity and respect. We achieved that 30 years ago in Barcelona, and I'm absolutely sure that we can achieve that once again here today. And so I would invite you and urge all of you to do everything possible to achieve that. Thank you very much.
Seguidamente tendremos el
Next,
placer
we
de
will
escuchar la
we have the
conferencia
pleasure of hearing
magistral
from
titulada
the
El nuevo pacto por el Mediterráneo,
speech entitled
a
New
cargo
Pact for
de
the
la comisaria
Mediterranean
para el Mediterráneo,
for
señora
the
Dubravka
Commissioner for the
Šuica.
Mediterranean, Ms. Dubravka Šuica.
Your Majesty, dear President of the Congresso, dear President of the Senado, Presidents of the Parliaments from the Union of the Mediterranean, Secretary General of the Union of the Mediterranean, members of parliaments, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for your hospitality. It is a great honor for me to be in Granada under the Spanish presidency of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean. On a personal note, I was here first time in 1974 on a high school excursion, just to understand the context. The Mediterranean and its shores are a shared and common space where we build on historical and cultural ties. It is a demanding but rewarding task to be the European Commissioner in charge of the Mediterranean. The decision to create a new portfolio demonstrates the importance of the countries in the southern shores to represent the European Union. My mission is to bring the partners around the Mare Nostrum closer together, the people and the economies. I aim to strategically connect the countries of North Africa, the Middle East, and also the Gulf region with the European Union. And there is a lot of potential for all of us. Coming from the city of Dubrovnik in Croatia, the Mediterranean is very close to my heart. As you might know, the Republic of Dubrovnik was a center of diplomacy and exchange, a hub for trade and dialogue in the Mediterranean. It was built on collaborations that turned into lasting friendships and partnerships. Today, we are following the same pattern. In the present time of geostrategic uncertainties, strengthening Mediterranean partnership is of great importance. Today, the Union for the Mediterranean is the only international organization bringing everyone around the Mediterranean to the table, including Turkey, and Western Balkans Mediterranean partners. In this capacity, as the European Union Commissioner for the Mediterranean, I'm committed to strengthening the Union for the Mediterranean for the benefit of all of us. I see the Union as one of the key partners in implementation of the new Pact for the Mediterranean. Let us briefly look at developments in the Middle East. The ceasefire in Gaza is being challenged every day, as all of us know. But we must remain hopeful. We can arrive at a permanent end of hostilities, the return of all hostages, and provide support to people of Gaza. We welcome the Arab reconstruction plan for Gaza, which could be a way forward. We need to help pave the way to two-state solution. This is why we are supporting the Palestinian Authority to be our main interlocutor. We want to strengthen them and accompany them as they carry out important reforms. Last month, I had the opportunity to visit Lebanon, Beirut, and I was encouraged by the new government's willingness to reform and ensure stability. But peace is a prerequisite for any reform and stability. We also see Syria facing a very challenging transition. The new government has been appointed, as all of you know, and we held a successful Syria conference last week. For the first time, it was done not only for Syria, but with Syria. The donor pledges are very substantial, and the European Union showed its leading role. Our approach to Syria is step by step. For every new step Syrian authorities take towards an inclusive political transition, we are ready to move forward with them. We have already lifted the sanctions in many areas to enable engagement with the country on recovery activities. We are also working with Jordan, and in the very first few weeks of my mandate, together with the King Abdullah I, I had the opportunity to sign I had the opportunity to sign the strategic and the comprehensive partnership as a basis for our stronger engagement. With regard to North Africa, we have been implementing the strategic and comprehensive partnership with Egypt for 1 year now. It is a very substantial contribution to the country's socio-economic development. I was in Cairo at the beginning of March, and I appreciate the crucial role Egypt plays for the regional stability. With Morocco, we are exploring how to deepen our strong partnership and build people-to-people relations. With Algeria, we need to reflect on how to best tap on the potential of our relationship. I'm also going to be working with the Gulf countries, and I appreciate that they are assuming an increasing role in securing stability as mediators of conflict in the region, and also the positive effects of the triangular cooperation of the Gulf with the countries in the Middle East, North Africa, and with the European Union. Dear ladies and gentlemen, exactly 4 months into my new portfolio now, I can say that our new Mediterranean focus has been received positively throughout the partner countries. This is a good sign that together we can achieve more. Just think of the key areas for win-win scenarios for both sides. We can work on renewable energies, on clean tech, on on digital and transport connectivity, on migration, on security, and the blue economy. As I'm also the commissioner in charge of demography, I want to take this opportunity to emphasize people-to-people contacts. They are essential, especially for our youth. Now I would like to share a few words about what I will be working on going forward. I will present a new pact for the Mediterranean in the autumn of this year. This pact won't be only communication and paper. I want to have this pact to be a genuine pact. There are 2 guideline principles for designing the new pact. First, we will do it together and in a process of consultation, and this is to invite you to contribute and to be part of this process. Second, our bilateral cooperation will be tailor-made to the needs of all partner countries and the EU member states. The pact will work as an umbrella for bilateral comprehension partnerships and regional cooperation between the European Union and the Mediterranean partners. One example of a regional initiative is Trans-Mediterranean Energy and Clean Tech Cooperation Initiative, so-called TMED. As I mentioned earlier, we all have a lot to gain from closer energy cooperation in the Mediterranean region, especially in renewables. Example of TMED. TMED will deliver multiple wins: faster economic development and more quality jobs. It will lower unemployment rates among young people. It will bring greater competitiveness, faster decarbonization, and more security in energy supply for both sides. The new pact for the Mediterranean will also include a strong cultural and educational dimension. I want us to boost cooperation among foundations, university exchanges, and what I would like to achieve is to create a Mediterranean universities network. I also believe it would be of immense value to have a youth parliamentary assembly of the Mediterranean. As a former European Commissioner Vice President for Democracy, I have witnessed the power of positive impact of youth engagement. I invite us all to reflect how we can create this youth assembly together. Finally, I also need to develop stronger cooperation from security angle. This week, the Commission adopted a new internal security strategy following the preparedness strategy adopted last week. A key element is resilience through external partnerships, for example, to combat organized crime. We need to fight the smugglers together along the migration routes. And we need to look for legal pathways for migration and skills development. I'm firmly convinced that the more we successfully cooperate on areas of shared interest, the better our results will be. This is why I have started working on the new pact by a series of exchanges and consultations. I'm traveling to the region to hear from all stakeholders, governments, international and financial institutions, private sector, civil society, such as Anna Lindh Foundation and parliaments. I reiterate my invitation to all of you to join these exchanges and help shape new pact for the Mediterranean. And to conclude, now is the right moment for the European Union, to engage and deepen the relations in the Mediterranean. We are writing a new chapter in our relations, and the exchanges we have today will help craft it. I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a successful and inspirational conference. Gracias muchas.
Para concluir, interviene Su
To
Majestad el
conclude,
Rey.
we will now hear an address by His Majesty the King.
Presidenta del Congreso de los Diputados,
Speaker
Presidente del
of
Senado,
the Chamber of Representatives,
presidentes y representantes
Speaker of
de
the
los
Senate,
parlamentos participantes en este foro,
speakers of the Houses of Representatives participating here,
Ministra de Educación, Formación Profesional,
President of the
y
Andalusian
Deportes
government,
del Gobierno de España,
Minister
Comisaria
of
Europea
Education,
por el
Vocational Training and
Mediterráneo,
Sports, Secretary General of
Secretaria General de la
the
Unión
Union
por el
for the
Mediterráneo,
European Commission for the Mediterranean,
Presidente del
Secretary
Parlamento de
General
Andalucía, que
of
también
the
nos acompaña,
Union
el
for
delegado
the
del Gobierno
Mediterranean,
aquí en Andalucía, alcaldesa, por supuesto, de
representatives
Granada,
of the Andalusian government,
autoridades, señoras y señores.
mayor, authorities, ladies,
Aunque no
gentlemen.
es la primera vez que lo han escuchado,
Although it's not the first time you've heard it this morning, I would like to add my sincere welcome to all of you here in Spain at this beautiful city of Granada, which is dear to my heart, and also to this forum of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean, devoted to the Forum on the Future of the Mediterranean for all countries that share this basin. This meeting, as the previous speaker said, started during the Moroccan presidency, and now that we've taken the baton from them, we've decided to continue with this idea. This is the ideal place to talk about the future that we wish to share. Its art, its history, all take us further than just the senses, but it also hits it in other ways. How can those of us on both sides of the basin can move forward and learn from each other? Right now, we are going through very tumultuous times, as we can hear and see on a daily basis. And we see that the eastern side of our sea is once again the site of a lot of upheaval and violence. And so it's very difficult for us to talk about hope and the future in such a context. But our people, more than ever, now need words of hope that will, and policies that will help all. And all of you here today represent the voices of all of the peoples of the Mediterranean, and you represent them in your respective parliaments. I would like to contribute to the reflections and add a few comments about the different working groups that are the backbone of this forum. The Spanish president wants to focus on mobility and migration from an integrated approach. As you know, mobility and migration is inherent to civilizations, to history, and to human beings. For generations and centuries, migration has shaped our civilizations. And in the past, we had civilizations that were even just as open or even more open to the rest of the world. And this migratory phenomenon forces us to fight against its darkest specters. We see that there are mafias that work in human trafficking, and unfortunately the number one victims are the migrants themselves that shatter their hopes for the futures, their rights, and their dignity. And we need to continue to endeavor for orderly, regular, and safe migratory flows. And we all together need to confront the different economic and sociological challenges that this brings about. Ladies and gentlemen, as others have mentioned, insecurity and survival are key, and they are the reason for a lot of the different conflicts that we're seeing, and a lot of them are not talked about in the media. But now I would like to specifically refer to the crisis in the Middle East. We have seen a huge challenge, and we've tried to start negotiations for peace in Gaza, but we see daily bombings that continue the destruction and killing people. And we see a lot of uncertainty. No, we should not let fatalism and win. We need to demand a ceasefire. We need to go back to make sure that the hostages are returned home and that we find a way out of the humanitarian crisis that has displaced and affected thousands of people. And once we achieve this ceasefire, we need to continue via diplomatic channels for a lasting peace and focus on a two-state solution that will help us, once established, to begin the reconstruction process as soon as possible. We also, the ceasefire the ceasefire both in Gaza and in Lebanon that was attempted but last November needs to continue. We also need to respect the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of Syria. The serious and accelerated effect of the climate change is also a huge challenge in a region of 5 billion people, 500 million people. And we see a lot of stress on our water sources. And we also see the damage it affects on the environment. And we see that in a world of multilateralism that we have to work together. But we also see a lot of challenges that climate risks in our economies and our societies and our way of life in Mediterranean countries. We live them straight on, directly. And that's why we need to continue to work together, to cooperate, to make sure our region is resilient and neutral in the face of these challenges. And with an eye to the future, we need to focus on our young people, and we need to meet their hopes, make sure that they get access to higher education, to the job market, to housing, and to entrepreneurship, if they so desire. We want to encourage the creation of quality jobs for young people, access to technology, vocational training, and equality of opportunity. We owe our young people this type of initiative, so it gives them the impetus they need to find their place in a society that is being built and to create a better society. These are huge challenges. Another one is to get rid of gender violence and to let women find their just equal place in society. In Spain, we have fought for years to firmly implant equality of genders. Today, the advances we made is a sign of our different policies, including our foreign policy. Equality is a constant work in progress. And we have to also take that on from an integrated approach and establish it with education, the economy, as well as job market and public services. The Union for the Mediterranean has a role to play in all of these areas. And from its foundation in 2008, the Union for the Mediterranean has established itself as the best catalyst for dialogue and cooperation and the most solid bridge to a future of peace, stability, and shared well-being. In 2025, which is the year that we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Barcelona Declaration and the 10th anniversary of the Anna Lindh Foundation. This is an ideal point upon which to reflect on the past and also the path, how far we've come, and to allow us to go forward with even more impetus. And that is why we think that the reform process that started in 2023 here at the Union for the Mediterranean was a strengthening of the Mediterranean policies within the EU, and this process should culminate with the new Pact for the Mediterranean, which brings with it so much, upon which so many hopes rest. It is a time to strengthen structures and achieve more synergies, more efficiency, and have an even more strategic focus on these issues. Let's take advantage of this time. Let's be up to the task that we face and renew and strengthen our trans-Mediterranean partnership. Authorities, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to come full circle and end where I began, i.e. in Granada. We see there are so many things to see that we invite you to see here in Granada, but there is a 16th century palace that's called the House of the Quiros, and upon its walls is written, "The heart decides." The heart rules. And I encourage all of you to keep that in mind when you do go about your daily tasks, that the heart should always guide you in your deliberations and political dialogue and your cooperation. I wish you a fruitful and productive session, and I hope that you feel at home here in our country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Señoras y señores,
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings the opening session of the Forum on the Future of the Mediterranean to a close. Please keep in your seats until His Majesty the King and the authorities accompanying him have left the room. Thank you very much.
ocupan sus lugares.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you would be so kind as to take your seats, and we get started with our first session this afternoon. I do hope you've had a chance to get something to eat. So let's get started with the first session this afternoon, the Global Conference on the Alliance of Civilizations, Peace, Security and Stability in the Mediterranean region. We have 4 guest speakers. We'll start off listening to the Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, Ambassador Nasser Kamel. We thank you very much for joining us. You have the floor when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ms. Francina Armengol, Speaker of the Congress of Deputies of the Kingdom of Spain. My compliments to all the Speakers of Parliament and Deputy Speakers of Parliament and Member of Parliament who are present with us today, and of course our colleague from the European Commission, Anna Lind, EMED, and all our partners working for the people and the countries of the Mediterranean. Our region, Your Excellencies, is a bridge. It's a bridge between continent, culture, economies, and it is home to vital shipping routes, energy resources, trade corridors that connect Europe, the Middle East, North Africa with the rest of the world. But despite this huge potential, the Mediterranean is a hotspot of many challenges that pose actually multi-layered risk to our peace, security, and stability, not least to our younger generation, from climate emergency to geopolitical tension to insufficient economic integration and widening economic disparities within our countries and between our countries. That leads, of course, to social fragility and vulnerability. At the grassroots level and in the digital space, many communities are divided in our region by violent language, discrimination, hate speech, and the weaponization of disinformation. The demographic pressure, both in the north with an inverted demographic pyramids, but also in the south, where the population has doubled in the last decades. Not to talk about one of the major subjects we're discussing today, which is migration, and we know the pressure this issue is putting not only on the country of the EU, but also in the southern Mediterranean country, where Jordan, for example, 1 out of 4 inhabitants of Jordan is a migrant. Egypt has 9.5 million migrants, and we have many examples that points that the problem is twofold. It's not only a problem of the north versus the south, it is a common problem. That's why we need to deal with it together. So we must preserve in the belief that by advancing dialogue and cooperation, we can offer glimmers of hope, especially for our young people. And we must also recognize that narrative matters, and political narrative matters more. Words galvanize emotions and build perception. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we must also acknowledge that Europe's stability and prosperity cannot be achieved without cooperating on equal footing with its eastern and southern neighbors, and vice versa, of course, especially given the current paradigm shifts in the international context, with the erosion of the rule-based order and multilateralism. The trend for a fragmented global orders seems to have accelerated after the US election and the growing transatlantic tension that followed. In my view, my humble personal view, if the EU is to remain an influential player regionally and globally and builds its own autonomy, it must remain engaged with its neighborhood, south and east, through regional cooperation on major issues such as climate change, green transition, and it should play a major role in peace efforts towards a geopolitical settlement to the long-standing conflict in our region, which is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and there is only one possible solution, which is a two-state solution. Against this backdrop, we need to ask ourselves if we have done enough to empower regional and multilateral frameworks to address common challenges over the past 30 years. Did we do enough to promote mutual understanding? I believe that the EU and also the southern neighbors have privileged in the past a rather bilateral management of their foreign relations, mostly when it concerns trade and investment or even tackling geopolitical tension in the region. However, I believe that the creation of a portfolio dedicated to the Mediterranean at the European Commission and the announcement of a new EU pact for the Mediterranean, and we just heard the speech by Commissioner Schwika, brings a renewed optimism. In my recent meetings with her, I felt and verified the existence of a new drive which can provide an opportunity to reinvigorate cooperation between the two shores of the Mediterranean in very important areas, such as climate change, green and digital transition, human mobility, or social cohesion. This new centrality of the Mediterranean in the European agenda and the elaboration of a new pact in a spirit of ownership from the region can bring leverage to the regional dimension of dialogue and cooperation that we at UFM embodies and promote in terms of mutual understanding between our countries and between our people. The fact remains that the region's most pressing challenges cannot be tackled in isolation. Revitalizing multilateral cooperation at the regional level strengthens the Mediterranean and plays a crucial role in restoring global stability and order. 2025, ladies and gentlemen, must be therefore a year of renewed commitment to the spirit of Barcelona process and empower its institutional framework in reshaping its mandate and the UFM capacity for enhanced dialogue and cooperation for the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, in such a critical moment in our history, it is time to come together and to forge a new path, one illuminated by hope and understanding. We, the Union for the Mediterranean, stand ready to contribute to the reinvigoration of the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation, and for this purpose, we have embarked on a reform process to ensure that the organization is fit for purpose in the years ahead. This reform seeks to strengthen our capacity to act, enhance our resources, and provide us with a renewed mandate to address emerging regional challenges with a forward-looking approach. With such a strengthened framework and a renewed vision, we believe the UFM is poised to lead the way towards a more integrated, resilient, and sustainable Mediterranean region, and we stand ready to cooperate and finding synergy and complementarities with our friends and partners. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, the Barcelona process is more than an initiative. It is a testament to the power of dialogue and collaboration in overcoming differences. In the year that marks the 30th anniversary of the Barcelona process, while we recognize the challenges and the work that lies ahead, we must recommit to the ideals of dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect that have defined the process since its inception. In an era of divisive politics and tragic conflicts, building bridges and promoting intercultural dialogue and cooperation is needed more than ever. There is no alternative, ladies and gentlemen. Dialogue is the antidote to division. So together, we can build a region that thrives on its diversity, draws strength from its shared challenges and unlocks its full potential, and most of all, let our actions help build a region that never loses sight of each other's humanity. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamel. Let me give the floor now to the Executive Director of the Anna Lindh Foundation, Mr. Joseph Ferrer. I'd also like to thank you for joining us and for the work done by the Foundation. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Speaker.
First of all, I would like to thank the Parliamentary Assembly of the UFM and the Cortes Generales for inviting the Anna Lindh Foundation to this session. I take it as a recognition by the organizers that intercultural dialogue and mutual understanding across Euro-Mediterranean societies, which is the core of the ALF mandate, is actually the best antidote to conflicts and tensions that are plaguing our region. As already mentioned, this year we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Barcelona process. Indeed, in 1995, the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of both shores of the Mediterranean decided to join forces to create around our common sea, a space for peace, stability, shared prosperity, and dialogue between cultures and civilizations. A common ground to build together on our shared values, learn from each other on equal terms. The logic at that time was clear. It was inspired by the principles of the liberal European model that functioned in the East. Access to the European market through the creation of a free trade area with a structural reform that will boost prosperity and democracy dynamics. This Euromed partnership applied a pure regional approach, and after few years, it became clear that it was very difficult to move forward with all the countries together. This is why the idea of the European neighbourhood policy came and entered into force in 2007 with a bilateral approach to complement the Barcelona process. The ENP introduced the concept of outstanding student with a very attractive slogan, everything but institutions. Then, in 2005, the ALF was created to strengthen the dialogue between cultures and civilizations dimension, and later, in 2008, our sister institution, the UFM, was established. Starting in late 2010, a series of social movements, as you know, and revolutions took place, and a brief period of enthusiasm came into the region with two new concepts, and both were very much linked to the commitment to promote democracy. The first one was the more for more, the positive conditionality, and the 3 M's, money, market, and mobility. But unfortunately, this period of excitement did not last long. In 2015, a review of the ENP was carried out with a very pragmatic approach based on 2 principles: differentiation and flexibility, case by case. And security and stability became top priorities. Then, in 2021, the new Agenda for the Mediterranean was launched to work together with the southern partners on common challenges such as peace and security, migration and mobility, digital and green transitions, and good governance, among others. And now, in 2025, 30 years later, consultations are taking place to develop a new pact for the Mediterranean. Yesterday, the Anna Lindh Foundation brought together a group of experts and a highly qualified young people. 5 of them will be with us today and tomorrow, to discuss and to propose initiatives to reinvest in human and cultural dimensions of the Euro-Med relations as an honest contribution to the new pact. This cultural bond between our societies is what makes the Euro-Mediterranean partnership so unique and a treasure that many other global regional players envy us. Soft power is more relevant than ever to defend the legitimate interest of the Euro-Mediterranean countries and EU institutions, and to contribute to solve misperceptions, mistrust, and miscommunication by addressing the issue of narrative, which is, by the way, one of the priorities of the Annual Foundation. And here I would like to highlight the relevance of some aspects that are crucial to achieving a comprehensive new pact for the Mediterranean, that are fully in line with the principles and ethos of the Alliance of Civilizations. The first one is consider international cultural relations and culture in general, not as an exercise of propaganda, but as a way to benefit from the power of culture in the region, to unite countries, and to engage people and build cohesion without our own societies. The second one is give priority to youth and civil society mobility as a way to intensify ties and build on our respective shared values. And finally, promote civil society cooperation and engagement in both shores of the Mediterranean, not only by contributing to participatory processes or policy-making dialogues, but also as an essential element for the successful implementation of policies and strategies. The new pact must serve to build gateways between the two shores of the Mediterranean and promote exchanges to create true alliances, generate trust and mutual understanding at the grassroots level and institutionally. This is, in fact, the most reiterated demand of civil society in the South. A civil society, and I think it is essential to emphasize this, who shares our common values and has a constructive role to play in those endeavors. I will finalize highlighting that there will not be peace, security, or stability in the Mediterranean region without hope. And the Annual Foundation, we are very much and extremely committed to it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Ferrer. Let me give the floor now to the Director General for North Africa, the General Directorate for the Middle East, North Africa and the Gulf of the European Commission. It's Mr. Francisco Garcelu Mesquiriz. When you're ready, you have the floor. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you very much to all the people who took the floor before me. Thank you as well. I join my thanks to the Secretary General Kamel of the Union for the Mediterranean, and as well the Secretary General of the Annual Foundation that who spoke before me. The Commission already today in the morning explained the issue on which I will focus my intervention, which is the Mediterranean Pact. We call it the new Pact for the Mediterranean, but actually we could already challenge this, meaning there is no pact for the Mediterranean yet, so why do we call it new? Having said that, the thing is that we want to present something new. And instead of having yet a new policy from the EU on the Mediterranean, we have, as Giuseppe already said, the agenda for the Mediterranean. What we wanted is to invite our partners in the region, what we call the Southern Neighborhood countries, but also the member states of the EU, all of them, but in particular those as well, of course, with shores in the Mediterranean, to explore and to see whether they want to take the invitation to have a pact. And a pact is an agreement, is something that has to be agreed by different members, and therefore cannot be, per definition, communication of the Commission, a new piece of legislation, or something of that type. So that's the first step. The first step is that we have launched a consultation process on this to see whether there is an interest, there is a joint commitment by all sides of the Mediterranean to embark on something that will indeed increase stability, security, prosperity, and opportunity in the region. Because we believe that in a time where others are disengaging, it is very important to engage. And we believe as well that the Mediterranean can be a center of influence for the rest of the world. But for this, we really need to have this joint commitment. So the pact, to be new, will propose very specific initiatives. It's not going to be, again, an agenda or a menu of the different policies or things that we are already doing, in fact, between each other. What it's going to propose is what we call clusters of actions, flagship projects, however you want to call them, very specific, very new, connecting the elements that are already in place. I was, for example, having a discussion last week with different stakeholders on vocational training, skills development, upskilling, learning, job creation, and we realized there were more than 60 different activities in this area. Sometimes the job creation is linked to training, sometimes the training is linked to private investment, sometimes it is not. What we want is to really make sure that, with our financial instruments that are providing guarantees, we bring the private actors, private companies from both sides, working together in untapping the huge investment and economic development potential of the region. We also said, as the Commissioner said, we also want to bring together a strong network of an alliance of universities and higher education. We also want to look at how to expand Erasmus Plus in the south and make things, scale them up and increase them in dimension. So that's a little bit the invitation. And we don't want to come up with too many ideas yet. We are reflecting on them. But what we want first is to hear from all stakeholders in the EU and in our partner countries. We'll also be consulting all the actors in the region, which will not be covered by the pact itself, but whose views matter to us, such as the Gulf countries and other countries as well in Africa, in the enlargement countries as well of the Mediterranean. The UFM has been also very helpful, and the Alin Foundation in consulting as well all the stakeholders, so we want to thank them for this. IMED as well, who will intervene later, I think, has also opened a process of consultation, and we really want to be in the listening mode until the end of April, and after that we will really engage at more senior official level and ministerial level until we'll present the contribution of the Commission to the pact in September. And we want to then look at sealing the pact aligned in the context of the Barcelona process that we will this year, whose 30th anniversary will be celebrated this year together with the 20 years as well of the existence of the Al-Ain Foundation. And parliamentary diplomacy and the Parliament's role, obviously, in the pact will be key. The Commissioner today as well proposed the creation of a young assembly of parliaments. This is something, of course, is for you, President, to consider together with the other presidents and vice presidents of the different parliaments. But it's something we'd like to as well put our weight on, because we believe that the role of youth in governance, democracy, the role of the parliaments as part of the pact will be huge. And the pact will, of course, not serve its purpose if we agree on it, and once we have agreed, if it does not become an avenue for bringing as well more conflict resolution and peace in the whole region. The situation has deteriorated, as you know, but if we want to take a little of solace in statistics, and I'll finish with this. The European Parliament precisely has published recently a Eurobarometer survey with historic levels of approval of EU membership linked to peace and security. So indeed, we believe that through integration, more approximation, more cultural cooperation, people-to-people contacts, all the things you have mentioned. It will really make this happen at a necessary scale in the Mediterranean. We can bring as well more security, stability, and peace with the help of the pact. So I leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gatzalu. Now we're going to pass the floor to the Chairperson of the Political Affairs, Security and Human Rights of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean, Mr. Giuseppe Antoce, who will present the conclusions of the meeting of the Political Committee on the Situation in the Middle East. You have the floor, sir.
Distinguished Presidency, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to participate in the Forum on the Future of the Mediterranean and this panel dedicated to a topic as important as it is sensitive, peace and stability in the region. I would like to share with you great satisfaction the main results of the meeting of the Political Committee, of which I am chairman, which took place on the 27th of March in Brussels. We discussed with the members of the Commission the role that parliamentary diplomacy can play in fostering a Middle East peace process. The meeting was attended by numerous delegations from both sides of the Mediterranean, including countries that have played and continue to play a central role in peace negotiations. This, first of all, clearly demonstrates the importance of continuous and constructive dialogue to address one of the most complex and sensitive issues of our time. An extremely positive and significant aspect of the meeting was the active participation of both the Palestinian and Israeli delegations, which I thank for participating. This is an unequivocal sign that direct dialogue, even in a parliamentary context, is not only possible, but necessary. The presence of both sides in such a meeting, I believe, also represents an implicit recognition of the role that this House can play in fostering dialogue and actively contributing to a peace process which, even if it still seems far away, must be the horizon to aim for. The objective of the meeting was to use the channels of parliamentary diplomacy to create a climate of greater trust between the parties, an essential condition for discussing how to relaunch constructive negotiations and for having a vision on the conditions to be guaranteed in the near future. I have committed myself to the Bureau of this House and my colleagues in the Political Affairs Committee to reporting on the main conclusions of the meeting. First point on which I found great convergence concerned the fact that the break of the ceasefire in Gaza represented a cold shower compared to the hopes we had placed in the agreement signed in January, which, albeit with difficulties, seemed to develop positively. The vast majority of delegations present highlighted a key element, the absolute urgency to return as soon as possible to the full implementation of the ceasefire agreement and the release of Israeli hostages, and the need to ensure unhindered access to humanitarian assistance throughout the Gaza Strip. The Palestinian delegations pointed out that military attacks also take place in areas where there is no Hamas presence, such as in the West Bank, and it stressed the desperate humanitarian conditions in Gaza without access to electricity and water, and stressed the full rejection of the reconstruction plan for Gaza proposed by the Trump administration, finally calling for an international conference to create a Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders. The Israeli delegation stressed that the ongoing war is a consequence of the attacks of the 7th of October 2023, and that Israel remains determined to continue its efforts until all hostages are released. The Knesset member described the complexities that Israel faces with some of its neighbors who question its right to exist and express concerns about the fact that education in radical radicalism and hatred may have on future generations. Finally, he reiterated his commitment to peace by urging regional leaders to work together to ensure a more hopeful future. Many colleagues also expressed deep concern about the new tensions between Israel and Lebanon, calling for a commitment by the parties to re-establishing the ceasefire and avoiding further escalation. For my part, I recall that respect for international law and the protection of civilians remain central points for working towards a sustainable future. The Parliament, the European Union, they always supported the two-state solution and the relaunching of this peace process. It is in time like this one that we have to launch important signs in favor of peace. The Euro-Mediterranean Assembly has got the responsibility to play a positive role, to build bridges. The parliamentary democracy has got a role to play, and we have to strengthen the dialogue to create trust and to support the peace process at international and regional level. I hope that this is going to be said in the conclusions at the end of this two-day meeting. I conclude as I concluded my meeting in this 27th Brussels meeting in March. The hope that a Palestinian child doesn't think that the other child, the Israeli child, will not be the soldier that will drop bombs on Gaza and vice versa. Israeli child won't think that the other child, the Palestinian child, is not going to be a kamikaze against him in future. Let's hope that these two children can think that they're just two friends.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Mr. Antocci. So now we have finished all of our guest speaker speeches, and now we are going to go down the list of the requests for the floor. And you all have 3 minutes each. I know it's going to be difficult, but we would appreciate if you could stick to the schedule. So first, we are going to pass the floor to the Speaker of the Chamber of Representatives of Morocco, Mr. Rachid Talbi El-Ami.
شكرا جزيلا. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أتقدم بخالص التحية والتقدير إلى السلطات الأسبانية.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Spanish government for their welcome, and especially His Majesty the King for spending time with us. And I'd like to thank him for his creative dialogue and passionate speech. I also would like to corroborate everything that the King said. It is completely in line with the policy of Egypt, and also in line with our policies and conclusions that we have implemented in the last few years. We are in line with the immediate application of a ceasefire, the entry of humanitarian aid, and the two-state solution. Along with humanitarian aid, we would like to see also all the free flow of all things that would facilitate life in Gaza. It was wonderful to hear such an illuminatory and brilliant speech along those lines. After 30 years, we continue to see different initiatives that continue to consolidate the trajectory that we have been on for the last 30 years. And we see that innovation continues to be a priority, as it has over the last 3 decades. I also would like to thank Ms. Suica for her speech in which she talked about a new pact, a new mentality that will allow us to meet the current challenges. I am very pleased to hear a new innovative approach that aims to streamline and strengthen different initiatives that have already been adopted. All of these initiatives that have been carried out in the last years also bring with them risks, risks that are inherent to the Middle Eastern and Arab world, the Israeli invasion of different territories in the Gaza Strip and West Bank, and the systematic forced deportations and systematic discrimination against these people. But we continue to fight. Egypt's response and Jordan's response was no deportations, no to doing away with the Palestinian cause, no abandoning the Palestinian people, as other Arab nations have done. The Palestinian people have all the right to live in their land and to prosper within their own state and to go back to Jerusalem as a capital and to previous borders. And we need to fight the roots of the problem. And this is all linked to the fact that it is what we are dealing with here is an invasion. And this invasion began, all the problems began on October 7th, which is just a culmination of all of the transgressions that have happened since 1947 in the 1960s, which are just all of the 10 wars that have been fought since in the last 70 years. And we must come back to a dialogue-based approach that will create stability and safety. A bordering country to Israel must exist. If Israel has a nation with their own sovereignty, their own government, their own territory, that will guarantee stability and peace for Israel. It's in their best interest. And if we continue to insist that there are no points where we can come together for dialogue and mutual respect, well, then we will never find a solution. No one will win in that case. After 5 years, Israel has never achieved a total victory. And so we need to attack this problem at the root and find the solutions at the root. I also would like to talk about the innovation and updating. We need to acknowledge that we live in a time of tremendous change, and we need to have a dialogue-based approach to complementarity in the region, one that is based on pluralism and tolerance, and that will allow us to create a society, a civilization of which we can be proud. The current civilization we have can only last if it is based on the different axes and pillars that were previously mentioned. We need to raise our voices and say that we need to think outside the box and have an innovative approach, involved all stakeholders, whether they be at the local, regional, or multilateral levels, with young people, with all types of populations, to come up with substantive and radical solutions. We need to build a new civilization and mutually help each other. As my colleague said, he said that we have a treasure. This is a treasure that we must protect, and I don't want to go on too long. So we are going to continue talking about this, and we are going to try to handle all of the economic, cultural, and social issues. Thank you very much. Now, we now have passed the floor to Ms. Pina Pichera, the head of the European Parliament.
a tutti gli illustri ospiti presenti qui.
Thank you very much. I would like to greet all the guests. It is a very complex topic. We would need more time to debate about it. Stability in the region, in the Mediterranean region, is compromised by armed conflicts and by the rising geopolitical tension. As we can see from this debate, the Middle East crisis is still a problem, is still a reason for concern. So top priority is trying to find out a solution. We remember the images of the 7th of October, horrific images. We all remember that, and there is no justification for that. We can't justify that horror. The 2 years of war that followed that, and the number of casualties, of course, are heavy on our conscience, and that leaves scars in the history of the region and the lives of a whole generation. We must commit to a coordinated and diplomatic effort to get immediately very simple results and specific results, because the situation is terrible. We can't go on like that. So 3 results is what we need. So immediate return to the ceasefire agreement and the release of hostages. Secondly, guaranteeing progress to the second stage of the agreement, to fully implement the agreement in order to release all the hostages and the permanent stop to hostilities. Third objective, ensure that there is an unhindered access to the territory to supply humanitarian aid throughout Gaza. And the electricity supply must be restored, including for the desalination plant. Our Assembly must take a stance, clear stance, in favor of peace and security and very concrete projects. You know that the Arab plan of the last March of the Cairo summit was supported by us. So that can be the basis to cooperate together. So our common objective is reaching the end of the war. The European Parliament was the first European institution to ask for the release of the Israeli hostages, dismantling Hamas, and the resumption of the peace process between the Jordan and Mediterranean. So one river is a Jew river and the other is a Muslim area. Therefore, we need to stop the escalation of violence. Now it's a time to raise our voice in favor of peace, stop one of the bloodiest wars in the recent history. It is only in this way that we can really build together a future of stability and security and safety for the Mediterranean, for the future generations.
Thank you very much, Madam Picerno. Let me give the floor now to the head of delegation of the Parliament of Montenegro, Mr. Gordon Stojovic.
Honorable Presidente del Congreso de los Diputados.
Honorable Speaker of the Congress of Deputies, esteemed colleagues and friends. First of all, allow me to thank our host for hosting and organizing this important forum in a city that really enshrines so well the Mediterranean. It perfectly captures the spirit of cultures, ideas, and histories that are interrelated, reminding us that the Mediterranean is not only a sea. The Mediterranean is not only a region. It is a strength. It has molded and shaped the world more than it has been shaped by the world. Nevertheless, despite those centuries of shared history, trade, and immigration. Here we are in the 21st century, facing again the very same battles as our ancestors had. We have lost battles and missed opportunities. Now the time is ripe to deal with this issue. The sea, Mediterranean, is not reaching its full potential. Here I am not just here as a member of the Parliament of Montenegro. I'm also involved with immigration, and I believe that we are more disconnected than ever before. I can see how global challenges in this frontier, forced displacement, economics issues, and climate change are also shaping our region. It's undeniable, however, that many people are fleeing from wars, human tragedies, underline the urgent necessity to have policies that provide not only immediate humanitarian aid, but also lay the foundations for long-term prosperity through cooperation. Centuries ago, our sailors left our bay in our part of Montenegro under their flag and were present in all of those ports in the Adriatic. They came to Spain, they went to Istanbul. Our traders were traded freely with the French people on the French coast, and they even traveled as far as Egypt. Trade, immigration, and exchanges were the foundation of stability, and they still are. The barriers that are holding us back today are not geographical, they are ideological. And these are barriers that need to be removed or avoided by governance. The best path for us is the path towards cooperation, generating prosperity and peace. We should avoid those top-down or bottom-up mandates. We need to form those pragmatic partnerships that will help us locally and take into account the aspirations of each nation to guarantee that each country can remain sovereign and free. We need to create the conditions that we need for cooperation and exchanges, acknowledging the suffering of those who are forced to flee from any conflict. We need to understand, too, that sustainable peace requires us to create opportunities for jobs, open markets, and frameworks for cooperation. When people are free to trade and to be able to build, they can also help towards that stability that will reduce the likelihood of any future conflicts. This is the trade-off, the balance between immediate humanitarian aid and long-term economic freedom, and this will help our region. Michelangelo, who was in Montenegro as a dissident, said the strongest are those people who give up on their own time and become part of the future. So let us remain strong. Let us believe in what really matters. Let's choose dialogue over division. Let's choose cooperation and freedom instead of control. History has shown us that these paths has turned the Mediterranean into an area free of conflict, but also it is an area of trust and commerce and progress. It's an area in which each country is sovereign and free to be able to forge its own destiny. If we do things properly, we will not only be discussing and debating, we will be laying the foundations for a future that will be honoring our rich past and our rich future. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Stojovic. Let me give the floor now to the Speaker of the Romanian Senate, Mr. Mircea Abrudian.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for organizing this forum and for your hospitality. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege for me to take part in this timely and important event at a moment when our region faces complex and evolving challenges. This forum provides a vital space for reflection, for dialogue, and for collaboration. We gather here today against the backdrop of unprecedented challenges, with the security situation in the region remaining fragile. Romania acknowledges the valuable role of the Union for the Mediterranean as a framework for cooperation and for its unique capacity to bring diverse actors together. Since its creation, the Union has developed into a vital instrument for implementing political mandates and supporting meaningful projects in the region. The challenges for all countries in the region is to engage our societies in maintaining peace, seeking constructive approaches to conflict resolution, and building a more prosperous and resilient future. Today, we clearly see the importance of promoting dialogue, cooperation, and strategic partnerships, both at regional and global levels. Building bridges between our communities and nations must remain a top priority as we seek to strengthen peace and advance conflict resolution efforts. Faced with multiple crises, we need to continue to uphold together the value of closer cooperation between actors in the whole Euro-Mediterranean region who share the same perspectives about a peaceful future for all. Looking ahead, one of our key priorities must be education. Investing in people through accessible, inclusive, and quality education is a long-term investment in peace, sustainability, and development. Equally important is the need to recognize the vital role of youth, whose contributions are essential to building resilient and inclusive societies. Another area where enhanced cooperation can bring clear benefits is civil protection. Given the increasing impact of climate change across the Mediterranean region, strengthening regional collaboration in this field is crucial. Dear colleagues, as we mark the 30th anniversary of the Barcelona process in 2025, the Pact for the Mediterranean gains renewed relevance in our collective pursuit of enhanced cooperation, peace and prosperity across the region. The success of these initiatives will be instrumental in shaping a stable, peaceful and thriving future for all our shared region. The strategic importance of the Euro-Mediterranean area is once again underscored by the appointment of the EU's first ever Commissioner for the Mediterranean. This new role, tasked with strengthening the Southern Neighbourhood Partnership, will play a central part in advancing the new Pact for the Mediterranean. In this context, and in light of the pressing challenges we continue to face, I wish to reaffirm Romania's strong and long-standing commitment to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean, a key message I am honored to convey as I conclude my remarks today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you. Let me give the floor now to the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Malta, Mr. Angelo Ferrucci. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we are here because we all believe in the importance of peace and stability in the Mediterranean. And this is a platform that echoes very strongly with regards to my country, where we always believed in the centrality of the Mediterranean as our collective quest for peace. Now, as a nation, at the heart of the Mediterranean, Malta, as you know, is a small country, but it always served to be a bridge between continents, cultures, and civilizations. We are small in size, no doubt about that, but our commitment for peace and dialogue has long echoed far beyond our shores. I remember during my university days in the 70s and 80s, at that time there was a very strong statesman in Malta, Don Mintov, who brought Malta to the forefront of international diplomacy. I remember in 1975, during the conference in Helsinki, the Conference of Security and Cooperation in Europe, where Malta insisted that there could not be peace in Europe if there would not be peace in the Mediterranean, and that was the reason why the Arab countries were then engaged in the CSC and the OSCE. So we pursued a foreign policy of active diplomacy, and eventually we went also for active neutrality, eventually, which is enshrined in our constitution. Now, this neutrality clause is a cornerstone for our national identity because it reflects that we have to be a force for peace, not engaged in war, not part of a military alliance. And this brings me to the pressing issue that deserves our reflection today. I heard the previous speakers also from the European Parliament, and I think there is a growing narrative that greater armament equals greater security. It could be, but it could be not. So discussions around the European Union taking on a more defensive military posture risk feeding the misconception that peace can be guaranteed through weapons alone. No, we don't agree about that. I think we have to guarantee that history teaches otherwise. We must not allow that we have to be a military alliance only, but we have to believe that true security stems not from militarization only, but from dialogue, cooperation, diplomacy, the very principles that this conference we're talking about holds. So let us remember, the alliance of civilization is about building, understanding, not building bunkers. It is about cultural diplomacy, not conflict. It is about moving forward. Malta calls for a renewed focus on the Mediterranean as a priority for peace, building, and not a theater of tension. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farrugia. Let me give the floor now to the head of the delegation of the Grand Assembly of Turkey, Mr. Mustafa Hulki Cevhetkulu.
Esteemed President, distinguished participants, and valuable colleagues. First of all, I would like to state that I am very pleased to be with you in such an important forum. Today, we are together to discuss peace and stability in the Mediterranean within the framework of the Alliance of Civilizations. Well, discussing the Alliance of Civilizations after the theory of clash of civilizations by Samuel Huntington is a great development, and I do believe an international success. Today, I would like to state that the Mediterranean is a region where the civilizations meet with each other. Unfortunately, today, this geography is shaped by the geopolitical tensions and the migration crisis. Our colleagues speaking before me mentioned the Mediterranean Pact. As you know, the Mediterranean Pact is a theoretical concept coined in the 1950s. It was recommended to be put into practice between Turkey, Greece, and Yugoslavia. And after Cold War, this theoretical concept gained a broad meaning, and it has turned into a theoretical concept in which economic, military, and political cooperation is aimed at today. This regional cooperation attempt might also pose itself as a solution for global conflicts, and we do believe that we should support the Mediterranean Pact in order to support peace in the region. While we are discussing peace and stability in the Mediterranean today, we cannot and should not exclude from this discussion the peace and stability of Gaza and the future of Palestinians. The international community must support Palestinians in every way to ensure that they live in humane conditions and have continuous access to shelter, food, water, and hygiene. The Alliance of Civilizations assumes a great responsibility as a platform that promotes understanding, cooperation, and mutual respect among different cultures and societies. Well, we have certain priorities and responsibilities to ensure lasting peace in the Mediterranean. In this context, we should develop a culture of peaceful coexistence by ensuring that societies from different beliefs and cultures come together around common values. Turkey, with its historical and geographical locations, assume a leading role in efforts and endeavors to ensure peace and stability in the Mediterranean. Our country, which acts as a bridge with its cultural diversity, also supports dialogue and cooperation as an active participant in the Alliance of Civilizations initiative. As it is expressed in the statement of our President, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the world is bigger than five. Well, this means the following. As the member countries of the Mediterranean region, the destiny of our countries cannot be identified by 5 countries only. So the whole world and the destiny of the whole world shouldn't be identified by the 5 permanent UN Security Council members. So we do believe that we should have a say on the future of our countries. If there is a conflict in the world, then this conflict cannot be shaped in the interests of only 5 permanent UN Security Council members. That's why the Mediterranean Pact is of great importance. As I conclude my remarks, I believe we should demonstrate a common will here today to protect the peace and stability of the Mediterranean. A future shaped on the basis of dialogue, cooperation, and mutual understanding will make significant contributions not only to the Mediterranean, but also to global peace. With those feelings and thoughts, I hope and pray that our conference would be successful, and I respectfully greet all of our colleagues, and hopefully they will abide by the time limitation, as I did. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you. Let me give the floor now to the head of the delegation of the Chamber of Representatives of Belgium, Mrs. Kathleen de Porta. Thank you very much. Excellency, colleagues, it's a great honor for me to be here and to be able to share with you Belgium's vision on the challenges facing the Mediterranean area. This Mediterranean Sea, which, as the Speaker of the Congress has said herself so beautifully, is the divine sea of blood and music. It's also the Mediterranean Sea of my own youth and holidays.
Is one of the most pressing challenges of our time. It is an issue that demands a coordinated, humane, and sustainable response, one that balances responsibility with solidarity and upholds both our humanitarian balance and our societal stature. It requires collective solutions and is of all time. Our response must be twofold: addressing the root causes and ensuring effective cooperation across regions. No single country can tackle this challenge alone. It is a shared responsibility, and it requires partnerships between countries of origin, transit, and destination. And for this, regional cooperation is key, and this is why we're here for. By strengthening diplomatic efforts and development programs in countries of origin, we can help create conditions that reduce forced migration. But we must also combat human smuggling networks that exploit vulnerable individuals. Strengthening legal migration pathways and labor mobility agreements which provide an alternative for dangerous journeys across the Mediterranean. With the new government in Belgium, we are committed to a migration policy that is both firm and fair. The primary focus is to stop massive and uncontrolled influx of migration, to boost the outflow and return, and to ensure a human policy regarding asylum. We advocate for a common European approach that ensures solidarity among member states while preventing disproportionate pressure on a few countries. We support initiatives that provide legal and controlled migration routes, including talent partnerships that match migrants with job opportunities where there are labor shortages. At the same time, we're working to improve integration policy. Language learning skills, training, and access to employment are crucial for newcomers to contribute to our society. We believe that successful integration benefits both migrants and the communities that receive them. And we aim to focus on the implementation of the EU Migration Pact. That pact is a step in the right direction. But I'm also sure that return policy has to be ensured. The planned revision of the EU Return Directive renders that necessary reform. Furthermore, we remain committed to protecting those in need. We uphold the right of asylum for those fleeing for war and persecution, while ensuring that returns for those without the right to stay are carried out with dignity and in full respect of human rights. It is, dear colleagues, not a secret that my party is not a supporter of the Global Migratory Pact. This is why we voted, not voted for it in Marrakesh. And the main reasons are the lack of encouraging illegal migration and then finally facilitate regularization, but also the providing of access to basic social service for migrants, regardless of their migration status, facilitating access procedures for family reunification for migrants, and making it more difficult to retain migrants. Belgium has always been and will always be a reliable partner in the migration process. We must move beyond reactive politics and embrace proactive, long-term strategies. The challenge of migration is not unsurmountable, but it requires to act with courage, vision, and solidarity. So let us strengthen our regional cooperation and invest in sustainable solutions. A stricter, human, and effective migration policy will benefit us all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much. And now we pass the floor to the head of the delegation of the Parliament of Bosnia-Herzegovina, Mr. Milan Pekovic.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, speakers, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to represent Bosnia and Herzegovina and at this significant forum of the future of Mediterranean, held under the prestigious Spanish presidency of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean. As we come together today to engage in discussions surrounding peace and stability, viewed through the lens of the alliance of civilizations, I am struck by the deep links within our region, a rich tapestry woven from diverse cultures, histories, and common aspirations. Bosnia and Herzegovina history imparts a vital lesson. Peace is not simply the absence of conflict. Rather, it is the proactive attempt to understanding justice and inclusive governance. 30 years ago, my country suffered through a devastating conflict that challenged the very essence of our coexistence. Now, I wish I could say we embody this trend or reconciliation, but rather we are serving as a warning. The current situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina is unfortunately unstable once again. Some refer to it is a constitutional crisis, while others use the term contractual crisis, emphasizing the contractual nature of the state as established by the Dayton Peace Agreement. Regardless of the terminology, Bosnia and Herzegovina is facing a political crisis caused by decisions of illegal High Representative in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Christian Schmidt. Recently, the UN Security Council discussed the issues in Bosnia and Herzegovina, signaling an unpromising trend. It is crucial for Bosnia and Herzegovina to receive all available support to resolve disputes peacefully through judicial means, as initiative by the National Assembly of the Republic of Srpska on March this year. In its role as a contracting part to the Annexes 4 and 10 of the General Framework Agreement for Peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the National Assembly of the Republic of Srpska, representing the Republic of Srpska, has filed a request for arbitral settlement of the dispute between itself and Bosnia, as outlined in Annexes 4 and 10 of the Dayton Peace Agreement. This request was directed to all relevant parties, including those who witnessed the Dayton Peace Agreement, and it proposed the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague as the appropriate authority to handle the dispute. On this occasion, I'm asking you to urge your respective governments to support this initiative. Bosnia and Herzegovina is fully committed to a Mediterranean region where diversity serves as a cornerstone rather than a fracture, and where international law is regarded as a duty rather than a choice. Together, we can shift from fragility to shared prosperity, from conflict to collaboration, and from unilateral actions to collective accountability. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Pekovic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vukovic. Now we pass the floor to the head of delegation of the People's National Assembly of Algeria, Mr. Nasser Batish.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة الحضور.
In the name of Allah, the Omnipotent and Merciful, I am happy to be here with you today in this beautiful city of Granada. The former seat of the Caliph in Andalusia, and now we see ourselves in a world with more and more prejudice, intolerance, and inequality. I would like to speak on behalf of the representative of the People's Republic of Algeria and focus my speech on the future of the Mediterranean. There are so many underlying factors that can contribute to a lasting peace and making sure that this event can be successful. I also would like to thank all of the people who contributed to making this wonderful event a reality, especially most profuse thanks to our Spanish hosts, including the King of His Majesty, the King of Felipe VI, peace be with him. And both socially, politically, and regionally, we have so much turmoil and strife that is leading to ever more intense and frequent armed conflict. And the most important thing is to not let these crises take over, and the most important crisis we have to manage is the massacre of the Palestinian people by the Israelis. We see that we have not yet achieved a consolidated peace. Algeria is playing a big role at the Security Council level, and we favor the creation of a Palestinian state and a return to all the pre-1967 borders and return to Jerusalem as the capital. Algeria plays an inherent role in the Mediterranean and the Arab and Muslim world, and this is a paradigm, something that we should follow, and we have participated in cooperation at all levels. We think that dialogue and mutual respect is an important factor. It's one of the most important parts of our foreign policy, Algeria has faced different other crises that have threatened its unity and socioeconomic and territorial integrity, but we continue to fight, and we do everything we can to achieve peace. The only way to do that is through dialogue. And also to encourage peaceful coexistence. This trend and this modus operandi is how we have worked. We always try to maintain that respect is not something that is forced upon people. It's something that should be fostered from the earliest age. And we see an insurgence of racism and intolerance, and we need to fight against this type of prejudice and instead bridges to pluralism and tolerance. And that is why it is so important to have dialogue and work to achieve mutually beneficial solutions on both sides of the Mediterranean. Organized crime and other crimes is a threat not just to the Mediterranean but to the whole world. These threats are a true risk for peace and stability both at the regional and worldwide levels, and that's why we have to extend our hands and work together to fight against the scourges of drug trafficking, human trafficking, terrorism, and other types of organized crime. It's something that affects us all. All of these challenges that we continue to face mean that we need to work multilaterally. And that is why multilateralism and the respect of international law is key when it comes time to implementing lasting solutions. Keep in mind what Abdelmadjid Boun said, who is the president of Algeria, and Algeria exhorts upon everyone to continue to defend the idea of dialogue and tolerance. To conclude, I would like to quote what Nelson Mandela said, and he said that no one hates is born hating. We have to teach love from the youngest age. Love is much closer to our heart than prejudice and hate. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, sir. Now I pass the floor to the head of the delegation of the Parliament of Finland, Ms. Suzanne Palverinta. Thank you very much. Thank you for your hospitality.
Dear partners, it is really a pleasure to be here. Although I come from Finland, from the north of Europe, I see that we share many common challenges with the south. Both regions face war. Russia's illegal war on Ukraine has lasted more than 3 years. It has created unimaginable suffering, loss of human lives, but also environmental damages. The same applies for Gaza Strip. We are living in a time of massive challenges, geopolitical tension and uncertainty. I hope that you understand that Ukraine has been fighting for the security and democracy for all of us, for all of Europe. The war in Ukraine affects the entire European continent, including the Mediterranean region. Our economy, trade and logistics suffer as long as the war continues. So, it is essential to support Ukraine as long as it takes. Russia's invasion of Ukraine violates fundamental principles of international law and sovereignty. We must respond strongly. We must be strong. We must achieve lasting peace in Ukraine, because only that way we can secure the future of us, the future of Europe. Make no mistake, the Russia's military threat is long-term. United States has made its position clear regarding European security, and now Europe must demonstrate its own capabilities. It requires an increase in defense spending among many NATO countries. Military defense readiness is an essential part of building and enabling peace. Peace is what we want. We must also respond by the hybrid threats fueled with disinformation and sabotage to our critical infrastructure. We must build resilience against hybrid threats. More cooperation at all levels and all areas is needed. More efforts involving civil society organization and grassroots cooperation are indispensable. To reduce future conflicts, we must increase self-sufficiency in energy and in critical raw materials and take decisive action to stop purchasing Russian energy. We need to strengthen our economy's competitiveness and educational system. The involvement of women in conflict resolution is indispensable. I want to say that the Russian attack on Ukraine is a reminder of all of us how we must continue our efforts to maintain and strengthen our democracies. Because without democracy, without rule of law, without freedom of the press, without freedom of speech and respect for human rights, there is a little hope. Strong and reliable structures protect us, protect people, protect nations, protect whole Europe. Let's keep our democracy strong. Es que solo juntos somos más fuertes. Muchísimas gracias.
Together we are stronger. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pavarinta. Now I'm going to pass the floor to the head of the delegation of Bundestag, Roderick Kiesvast.
Thank you, Madam President, also for your overwhelming hospitality and warm welcome. Dear colleagues, in many of the debates we in Germany in particular, misunderstood the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is often seen as a border, instead as a connecting element where, among others, other challenges like Ukraine, the future of Europe will be decided. The Mediterranean as a bridge instead of a wall or a border. The British historian David Abelofia writes, quote, "And in the history of human civilization, the Mediterranean has played a greater role than any other sea. We in Germany often still have the feeling that we have no influence in the Mediterranean because we are not a neighboring state. However, we need all, also from Eastern Europe and Northern Europe, to engage in a more direct dialogue, for example, with the Maghreb states, particularly on an equal footing, in order to strengthen mutually our economic competitiveness and manage migration flows. And I would like to emphasize this, create legal migration opportunities. The Mediterranean is more than an opportunity. Where goods travel, ideas travel too. For almost no other place in the world is this more true than for the Mediterranean. My country has taken a step forward towards greater involvement in the Mediterranean region, for example, by participating in several operations like Irini. We actively support the United Nations arms embargo against Libya through maritime surveillance, situation, picture, creation and provision. In this way, we are also strengthening NATO's southern flank, which is even more important than before due to the Russian war of aggression against the brave Ukraine, which is protecting us from extending Russian imperialism. The Operation Irini, however, and others, also representative of the solutions in the Mediterranean that have fallen short because of the military operation, can only be one component. We should have more comprehensive operations, not only based on military engagement. We can only achieve stable solutions in the Mediterranean region and indeed worldwide, if we think about all components together: culture, history, economy, military, politics, and society. This also applies to the Middle East and Ukraine. So thank you once again for your hospitality and the great chance and opportunity to exchange our views here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaiser. But let me give the floor now to the head of the delegation of the National Council of Austria, Mr. Hubert Fuchs.
Dear Madam President of the Congress of Deputies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the Mediterranean region is one of the most historic and challenging areas in the world. Our work must be based on a relationship of partnership between equals who, however, due to their specific geographical, historical or social situation, form a very heterogeneous entity in which a multitude of interests must be balanced. It is also important never to lose sight of the common goal of securing peace and stability, as well as sustainable and balanced development for all countries and all people in the region. Austria is not anymore a Mediterranean state, but is a European country with close political, economic and cultural ties to the region. We also bear responsibility. After all, Europe's security is inextricably linked to the security of the Mediterranean region. Hardly any issue has had such a strong impact on Europe and the Mediterranean region in recent years as migration, and we all know that there are no easy answers. However, one thing is certain: migration must be considered in the context of its causes: lack of economic prospects, political instability, and organized smuggling networks. It is obvious that the measures taken so far are not sufficient to effectively address these challenges. The Union for the Mediterranean and its member states must take a holistic view of migration. That means more economic and social prospects in the countries of origin, stronger cooperation with transit countries, and a well-coordinated migration policy that does justice to both the countries of origin and the destination countries. Sustainable economic development can help to stabilize the region. However, the framework conditions must be right for this. Investments in infrastructure, energy supply and education are essential in order to create prospects locally. Energy security is a key issue. There's a great potential in the area of renewable energies. In particular, the Mediterranean has excellent conditions for solar and wind power, which can bring benefits to both the southern and the northern Mediterranean countries. The Union for the Mediterranean was founded to facilitate precisely this type of cooperation. However, new impulses are needed to meet the current challenges. We should therefore work together to ensure that the Union for the Mediterranean not only remains a forum of exchange, but also implements concrete projects that bring tangible improvements for the people in the region, be it in the areas of economic development, education, or security. Austria will continue to do its part to strengthen cooperation between Europe and the Mediterranean region. Our aim is to promote solutions that contribute to peace and stability in the long term. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mediterranean region is an area full of potential, but also full of challenges. It is our common responsibility to address these complex tasks with foresight and determination. Let us utilize the opportunities offered by the Union for the Mediterranean to shape a stable, peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fuchs. I'm giving the floor now to the head of the delegation of NATO's Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Fernando Gutierrez. You have the floor. Thank you very much, President and Speaker. Excellencies, dear colleagues, first of all, let me also join all of you in saying to you, welcome to our country. It's a great pleasure to be here in Granada and address this forum on behalf of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament in Portugal and our President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Marcos Perestrella de Vasconcelos. I'd like to thank our hosts and all of you who travelled to be here with us today. And thank you to the moderator and the excellent speakers who have addressed us here with their ideas about peace and stability in the Mediterranean region. I'd also like to extend a special welcome to Spain to the delegations from Morocco, Egypt, Jordan, and lastly Algeria, where our NATO Parliamentary Assembly delegation enjoyed excellent hospitality in Algiers in November. Last year, when NATO celebrated its 75th anniversary, NATO also marked 30 years of the Mediterranean dialogue and 20 years of the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative. Both of these initiatives aim to foster dialogue and partnership between the allied countries with our neighbours on the southern side of the Mediterranean. For 76 years, NATO has prevented war, promoted peace, and defended democracy. It has expanded the area of peace and stability in Europe by integrating new members, and it has extended a hand of friendship to partners near and far, including in our southern neighbourhoods, of course. The alliance has built up strong relationships, and as such, it must do more. Threats and challenges in NATO's southern neighbourhood are closely linked to allied security, with the stability on one side of the Mediterranean directly affecting the stability on the other side. Threats facing Euro-Atlantic security, such as Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, have dangerous and destabilizing consequences for the Mediterranean by attacking Ukraine and seeking to illegally annex parts of its territory. Russia violated the most fundamental rules of the UN Charter and of international law. Its aggression threatens the very foundations of the international system, which is a risk for all of us. Our Mediterranean and Middle East Special Group, which I'm honoured to chair in our Parliamentary Assembly, has led much of our parliamentary dialogue and cooperation with officials and parliamentarians in the Middle East and North Africa, with the aim to build trust, mutual understanding, and common responses. We foster dialogue through our annual seminars and our visits to the region, attended by NATO parliamentarians and regional counterparts to engage and learn about challenges of the countries to our south. One of the main important factors in partnership is shared understanding of the civilizations we represent. By understanding each other and strengthening intercultural dialogues, we diminish hostilities, we build bridges between societies through which we can forge the collective political will which is required to accomplish security in the Mediterranean region for the benefit of the people we are elected to represent. Deeper dialogue and cooperation are needed more than ever, and the NATO Parliamentary Assembly remains a committed partner, and I look forward to continue building those bridges across the Mediterranean with all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Gutierrez. The last speaker in this session will be the Mediterranean Youth Representatives of the Anna Lindh Foundation, Mr. Pablo Pastor. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Honourable President.
I will be brief, but I will try to be certain. It is from here, from the city of Granada, where Leo de Africanus, a beautiful story captured by the writer Amin Maalouf, started his journey, extending tolerance and intellectual understanding against hate. I'm sure you've all read as homework this book before coming here. So it is my pleasure to intervene as a youth representative of the Anna Lindh Foundation delegation and a beneficiary of their program Mediterranean Youth in Action, which helps young academics, civil society leaders thrive. I also intervene as a young academic working on the field of refugees and migration on a project that aims to find solutions for the big financing gap that we are foreseeing right now. And lastly, I also intervene as the co-president of the Mediterranean Youth Council, where we put forward solutions for a better Mediterranean set of policies. Your Excellencies, intercultural understanding is at the core of the solutions in the Mediterranean. This is the door for peace and stability. We cannot understand migration and the reasons behind migration without a deep understanding of cultural relations. Dear guests, the young voices of the Mediterranean are asking for solutions, and you have mentioned some of them, like seeing migration as a development area. But we remain cautious. These solutions should be just and should be in a spirit of equality and independence of youth voices to also bring criticism to these solutions. For example, we have heard on the side of the European Commission the idea for a youth assembly that we really welcome and we want to hear more and work together towards it. I believe this is a special opportunity to put migration at the center again, because there seem to have been too many reflections about Mediterranean migration trends without a Mediterranean people's vision and united voice. Lastly, I want to say that the Mediterranean young people are very concerned, seeing so many of us die and suffer of conflicts and the resumption of violence in Gaza, in Lebanon, and even in Syria. We, young academics, young Mediterraneans, young civil society leaders, we say that we are open to build a prosperous future for the Mediterranean, and we are also open to build criticism and to know which are the solutions that we can take. We should all go back to this history of Leo de Africanus and also learn from this experience. Thank you very much, and I hope all the conversations are very fruitful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pastor. Well, I think I made a mistake. I think I had missed out head of delegation of the Chamber of Councils of Morocco, Mr. Mohamed Soudou. Thank you very much, President, Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, if I could, first of all, say how sincerely grateful I am to the organizer of this conference, which is dealing with a particularly significant idea. This is the Islands of Civilizations, Peace, Security and Stability in the Mediterranean region. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Morocco is, of course, remains faithful to its 5-century history. We believe in interreligious, intercultural civilization dialogue. This is our strategic vision. We deeply believe in this, and this is something that is the vision of His Majesty Mohammed VI. In 2022, we organized the Alliance of Civilization Forum. We believe in tolerance, and coexistence, and openness. We also believe that we need to fight against extremism, and religion should not be used as a pretext there. We believe that we need to live together with mutual understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco's commitment down the years has taken the form of concrete initiatives that are recognized worldwide. For instance, the Rabat Action Plan, which was adopted by the UN in 2013 to combat racial and religious hatred, as well as to fight against hate speech. This was something adopted by the UN in 2019. In 2019, there was a joint signing of an agreement with our king to try to preserve that the 3 religions should continue to live in Jerusalem. This is something we need to respect and believe in peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Moroccan vision is to be a partner in this enigma in a country where the years of dialogue and thought and a bridge between memory and hope, the ephemeral and the eternal. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of Mediterranean stability, Morocco has made a tangible contribution to peace and regional mediation. Morocco is aware of its regional responsibility and has played the role of mediator. As in 2015, we welcomed people and another meeting to favor talks and dialogue to help find a path through this complex regional conflict. We are aware that here in this Mediterranean region, we need to take a holistic approach, and the Kingdom of Morocco has systematically pledged for a global way to fight against extremism, solidarity, and also to promote a sustainable economy through pioneering visions such as Pan-African migratory policy, and we are strong. Any Mediterranean, pan-Mediterranean policy needs to be based on respect of different cultures and religions. It needs to be fair. Morocco reaffirms its devout conviction that the alliance between civilizations is not just an ideal, but it is also a vital need for a peaceful, stable Mediterranean, and also in a line with the humanitarian vision of our kingdom. We also want to fight unrelentingly for a Mediterranean basin of solidarity that is true to our past history and also that respects the territorial sovereignty of all nations in the Mediterranean area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sidhu. That's the last intervention on this on the list of speakers for this first session. Thank you very much to all of you for your valuable contributions. Without any break, we will move straight into session 2, and the Deputy Speaker of the Chamber Representative of Egypt will be moderating this session. Thank you.
سادة الحضور، الآن نبدأ.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into session 2 now, titled Migration. This is the subject, and the guest speaker is Madam Pilar Cancela. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Senhora Presidente do Congresso dos Deputados de Espanha, Senhor Presidente do Senado de Espanha, Senhoras e Senhores Presidentes dos Parlamentos, Senhoras e Senhores Deputados. Me gustaría empezar dando las gracias
Let me start off by thanking the Spanish Parliament for the excellent initiative to organize this parliamentary forum. Unfortunately, I can't be with you today in Granada. Nevertheless, what I would like to convey to you are 3 messages about the Mediterranean and migration. One, Europe has a Mediterranean side which has enriched in the past and continues to enrich our European culture and economy. Our Mediterranean dimension is a linkage between Europe as a continent and Africa, and this should be seen as an opportunity for cooperation and partnership in all dimensions. That linkage is also something underlined by population movements. What I mean by that is migration, and this is an inevitable theme that politicians need to deal with sensibly, and they have to be responsible. There should be no political and bipartisan partnership or vision there. So let me also say to all of you, those of you who are following what is happening in Portugal probably are aware of the recent dissolution of our parliament. We are getting to the end of this parliament, and on the 18th of May we will be holding legislative elections. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was a great speech, and I think that what we have been hearing now was a speech addressed from the President of the Assembly of the Republic of Portugal. Thank you again. Now we go back to Mr. Pillar. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, President, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon to all of you authorities. Please, if I could, say a word of special greeting to the Speaker of the Congress of Deputies in Spain and the Speaker of the Senate and to all representatives here. Welcome, welcome to Granada, which is such a beautiful city. I would, first of all, like to make reference to what the Mediterranean means for all of us. Quite clearly, it has been a linkage, a bond that has joined us together for thousands of years, and therefore human mobility has continued to move in both directions, enriching us and giving us a richer history there on both sides of the Mediterranean. So our societies and our cultures cannot be understood without the successive exchanges of cultures that have built up this unique and differentiating culture that we have. So the Mediterranean, you could say it has a twofold dimension. One is union, and two is distance as the second dimension, because at the end of the day, it's created a common entity, but it's also a frontier, a border. It's obviously a physical border, and on top of that border, we have a social economic border there. In some of the higher income countries, if you compare them to other countries that have more needs or more economic and social difficulties or expectations, you're talking about a frontier border between nations with declining populations and also a marked trend towards aging in some cases, and other nations where economic growth cannot continue to keep pace with the demographic increase of its population. So one side is suffering from long-running conflicts. Libya, Israel, Palestine, and Syria are examples for you. And in any event, what we can agree on, I believe, is that the north of Africa and Europe and the north of Africa, we all form part of the same geopolitical space with common challenges that we also need to respond to with common approaches, joint approaches. One of those biggest joint challenges that we are sharing and facing right now are the challenges of migration, human mobility. This is obviously a complex and multifaceted phenomenon, but there is also a positive side to it. It's a huge opportunity for us. So the very first challenge that we have to address is changing our approach. The most of the thrust of the discourse on migration, where migration is more than ever before seen as a threat, and very rarely seen as more than that. It's just considered to be migration equals illegal migration. In Spain, let me give you a very relevant fact. A lot of you perhaps share this fact and figure. Just 5%, little more than 5% of migratory flows here are illegal or irregular flows. We believe that in fact, no, the people are not illegal or irregular. It's the migration. And most people coming into the countries come in a safe, orderly, and regular way. So on this side of the Mediterranean, we need to really bring this debate back to the idea of what sort of migration do we want, and stop talking only about irregular migration. Talk about the positive side of the management of migratory flows, to be able to really strip out that connotation of fear with regard to illegal migration. Europe, we need migrants. We need human capital. We need it to be able to rejuvenate our aging populations and societies, to keep our labor market going, to keep our welfare state going, without, in any event, ever, that meaning decapitalizing, taking away the human capital from the countries these people come from. So dialogue, cooperation need to be between equals, between peers, horizontal. Nobody should lose out. We all need to benefit. Let me just quickly give you another couple of facts and figures. By 2050, 30% of Europe's population will be over 65. That's 10 percentage points higher than before. In the next 25 years, Europe is at risk of losing 30 million workers. This is a situation that we cannot get away from, and it means that we have to put into our political discourse on migration, our policy, a realistic approach. The next point, how can we steer the debate back to principles, the values which should underpin our migration policies? Let me take advantage of this occasion to staunchly defend a migration policy. I know, of course, it's complex. I know there are difficulties surrounding the management of migratory flows. But anyway, it should always be based on the respect for the human rights of migrants. They are just coming here with a legitimate wish to seek a better life for themselves and their families. That is why I would like to state to you our concern, representing here the government of Spain, about the debate, the approach taken in the debate in most of Europe and the rest of the world about migration. This type of hate speech, this racism, this xenophobia, this has all become the basic ideas of extremist ideas. So these are false ideas. It's all fake information, trying to turn these people who are fleeing from complex, difficult situation. They're scared. They fear for their lives and their physical safety. And they want to turn these people into a threat or a risk factor. And that is where security and fear come into play. And that takes me to that third challenge, and that is the need to integrate, to include migrants in host countries, the countries they arrive in. That is difficult today, precisely because of the hoax information, the fake news, and the discourse that exists, demonizing these people who are simply moving around just as we've always moved around since the dawn of time to progress. So we should analyze where we've come from. Spain is a country that was a country of emigration. Now we're also receiving migration coming here. Let's not forget where we come from. A fourth challenge is how we will be able to achieve that safe, regular, orderly migration that is the one we're all aiming for. It is the only way people can become integrated into the receiving societies and also benefit from belonging to those societies, because at the end of the day, they're entitled to aspire to being full citizens. To combat irregular migration, it's not enough simply to improve measures to control our borders. It's not just about borders and control and security. Let's get away from that type of speech. We need safe borders, but more importantly, let's analyze the causes of this human mobility. Let's talk to the people, or the countries these people come from, and let's try to build up new ways, new routes for safe, orderly, regular migration. And of course, we have to talk about those people trafficking groups, the mafias, that really take full advantage of these people. They're so vulnerable. And if we talk about women and children, we have an extra layer of vulnerability to talk about. And we need to set up agreements, cooperate with third countries where migratory flows come from. And that means we need to talk about multilateralism. Multilateralism, the UN as a sphere, occupying dialogue spaces like this one, that's all absolutely indispensable. It's essential, more essential than ever before. The external side of migration is so important. This is one of the pillars, too, of the European Union's position right now. We shouldn't forget it. And I believe that it should be in the front line. So let's work together. Let's coordinate together. Let's work on joint regular migration projects, initiatives such as the Talent Partnership, Memorandum of Understanding, agreements with third countries to be able to foster circular migration, agreements that in any case will not just respond to the needs of the first world. We should listen to and have a an equal dialogue with the countries of origin. I have to finish because I see that the President is saying that I've taken up too much of the time already that I should have been allotted to. Let's talk, though, about the last challenge, closing that gap between the northern and southern shores of the Mediterranean. It's an economic gap. There are inequalities there, and we need to make sure we help the countries of origin. This is where we need to turn our gaze to cooperation on this global challenge. So let's turn the Mediterranean into what we want it to be, a common space to build up a future of shared progress. The way that we manage migration will define the way we are to the world. Very difficult times, changing times, dangerous times. And being brave and courageous means defending what is obvious, human rights and democracy. There's plenty there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peller, for your great intervention. And now the floor to Deputy Speaker of the Hellenic Parliament, Mr. Georgios Geromengantis.
Speaker of the Chamber of Representatives of Egypt, Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and honor to be taking part in the works of the forum. I would like to thank the Spanish presidency for the opportunity to take part via teleconference. Unfortunately, having just returned a few hours ago from New York, where I was to celebrate our national anniversary with the Greek community, I could not join you in person. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, the effective management of the migration issue is a matter of strategic importance for Greece with a clear humanitarian dimension. But at the same time, it is viewed as a priority in the national security agenda. Today, the pressure of migratory flows in the Mediterranean remains high. In Greece, by the 10th of March 2025, 6,540 third country nationals have entered Greece. Therefore, we cannot be complacent. The current developments in the Middle East with the resumption of hostilities in Gaza are very worrying. And the latest bloody attacks on innocent civilians in Syria are equally worrying, especially the attacks against minorities. On Syria in particular, allow me to express, in follow-up to the previous theme, Greece's expectation for the country's political transition without exclusions, without foreign interference, with respect for the rights of all religious and ethnic communities, including the Christians, so that security of all citizens can be safeguarded. So in view of all these developments, the effective surveillance and protection of the external borders of Greece and the European Union remains essential. In this regard, the continuous struggle to fight against organized cross-border crime by the Hellenic Coast Guard and the Hellenic police are noteworthy, always with respect to international and European law and with a fair commitment to the protection of human rights. It is worth mentioning that in the first 2 months of 2025, in the broader area of Crete, there was a large increase in the arrests of traffickers. We had a 130% increase compared to the first 2 months of 2024. The above are not just the figures. They are not just numbers, they are tangible evidence of the substantial work being done on the ground to combat illegal immigration. And it is at the same time the best answer to those who claim that no measures are being taken to effectively manage migration. And while Greece is focusing on preventing illegal migration, it is also trying to facilitate legal, safe and orderly migration through bilateral agreements with key third countries, and in a way that will truly address the labor market shortages that have been identified. Furthermore, Greece has maintained a constructive attitude during the negotiation of the Pact on Immigration and Asylum, voting in favour of the relevant pieces of legislation. However, the inefficiency of returns that we observe puts the asylum system and European migration policy at risk. Europe-wide, the performance in forced returns is very low, reaching a rate of around 29%. So if the issue is not addressed, any reform of the European Union's migration system will be faced with serious challenges. In this context, we welcome the proposal for a regulation that was tabled on the 11th of March by the European Commission, as it aspires to create a common European returns system, including by speeding up the return of persons considered a threat to public order and security. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I shall conclude with the following thoughts. If the European Union is to be successful in managing migration, it must make sure that its policy respects human rights, while at the same time protecting the societies of member states from excessive pressures. Developing mechanisms for the fair distribution of asylum seekers, strengthening of external borders, and working together with countries of origin and transit are necessary steps for a balanced approach. A balanced approach that works for the benefit not only of Greece, but of the European Union itself. Greece, as a pillar of stability and security in the Mediterranean, will continue having an active role in promoting peace, regional stability and cooperation in the area. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a good continuation in the work.
Thank you very much for your great speech. And now the floor to Mr. Speaker of Chamber of Representatives of Malta, Mr. Angelo Farughi.
Thank you, sir. Well, the Mediterranean, as we know, has become now a space where the human cost of inequality, conflict and failed development is felt most deeply. We, as being in the Mediterranean, we are Malta, Italy, Tunisia, you name it all, Algeria, Greece, Cyprus, Egypt. We face the reality daily, but the question remains always the same. Do we truly have, and this is a very important question, Chair, do we truly have a common network that monitors what's happening here in the Mediterranean? We don't have it. We don't have it. Why? Because we are still operating like in silos, reacting when it's already too late. So in Malta, for example, a small country, as I already said earlier, just over 500,000, we already have 28% of the population composed of foreigners, and likely more in practice. Why? Because migration is not just from Africa, it's not just from the Middle East, it is also from within the European Union, from regions like Sicily, Serbia, East Europe. And the Mediterranean now is just a corridor for asylum seekers. It is a space for continuous movement of people seeking opportunity. However, and here is a deeper issue, are the so-called big brothers in the European Union truly ready to invest in the human resource? We already heard that the population of Europe is aging. Are we really addressing that? Are we having those countries out within the countries of origin of trying to invest in these people? Or the other way, which is negative, those who are willing to invest in walls, surveillance, and containment. We need a shift to this approach. Take the EU pilots projects in West Africa, vocational training, is very excellent. Small-scale initiatives that support local entrepreneurship, hubs, and agricultural development. But this must not remain just an aid. This must turn into investment in dignity. Imagine if such programs were scaled up with the proper funding, with the proper oversight, with the proper local ownership. We have to imagine if migration policy wasn't just about preventing arrivals, but about enabling futures where people are. And I really heard with great attention the Minister for Immigration on this issue. So the Mediterranean, and I close here, must stop being treated as Europe's buffer zone. It must become a space of co-development where every country, large and small, has a role, and where the people are seen as human beings, not second-class citizens or third-class citizens, and not treated as threats, but they should be treated as potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your great speech. And now the floor to Deputy Speaker of the Chamber of Representatives of Jordan, Mr. Ahmed Humaysat. تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله.
In the name of God, of Allah, the most merciful, and all of the people in the lineage of Prophet Muhammad, to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, speakers and deputy speakers of European parliaments, ladies, gentlemen. I, along with all of the representatives of the delegation of Jordan who are here today, join together to deal with topics of the utmost importance that depend on the future of our peoples. Today, there are many historic, cultural, and human ties that bind us, but we have a tremendous responsibility. We have to find a way out of the conflicts that we face in the area around Jordan. In Jordan, under the current government and His Majesty the King, all agree that we need to find solutions and a way out of conflicts in a rational manner. And His Majesty the King of Jordan has always been in favor of defense and defending the people, supporting the people, and of absolute respect of neighboring countries. But there are others that do not respect us. They thwart international peace and the laws of the international community. And today, we are all reevaluating the situation. We have existential challenges that we are facing. Some of them are related to immigration, for example. What happened in Palestine and what's happening in that region for more than 75 years. We saw a great displacement of the Palestinian people, a people who cannot defend itself was displaced. Children were targets for attacks. Which brings me to the topic of human rights, the rights of the child, the rights of women. All of that is being thwarted by all of the atrocities that are being committed in Gaza. The Gaza Strip is being destroyed, and Palestinians are being displaced from Gaza to Egypt and Jordan. We have rejected these atrocities. Jordan is for Jordan, people from Jordan. Palestine should be for the Palestinian people. But anyone who defends the interests of the Palestinian people should be in favor of a two-state solution. In Jordan, we have welcomed many waves of migrants and people fleeing the situation and begging for help. But we were embarrassed for everything that was given to the refugees. This needs to be a priority. We have shared values. We are tired of all of the wars that have been fought in the region. Development should take the place of war. Expenses should be on, money should be spent on education and health instead of weapons and arms. In Jordan, we are defending Palestine. Long live a free Islamic Palestine with a capital in Jerusalem. I would like to no longer see the flag of Israel flown because they have committed atrocities and assassinated the Palestinian people. Now,
of North Africa and the General Directorate for the Middle East and North Africa and Gulf, Mr. Francesco Gesito.
Here I am. Yes, thank you very much, President. Yes, so I will be brief. Just to say that it is the level of convergence, the level of commonality of the challenges from both sides, on both sides of the Mediterranean in the area of migration is much, much higher than we sometimes think. The countries in North Africa are not anymore transit countries, as people call them. They are countries of destination to a very large extent, and the more prosperous they become, the more they will be confronted with very similar challenges that the European Union is confronted with. So again, it is an area of common challenge where we have to provide common solutions. And we are doing it to a very large extent already. So there's an immense amount of work and very positive and very results-given, work with all the countries in what we call the southern neighborhood in our case. So with Egypt, with Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, I will not mention all of them, Libya, and so on and so forth. Of course, things are not perfect. The countries in the region, all of us, the countries in the European Union, all of us again, because I look at it as a common challenge and common objective, we are all very demanding in terms of how we want to manage migration in the future. Again, we have also common challenges. The countries in the southern part of the Mediterranean, they want to avoid brain drain because this is, of course, a failure, meaning that after years of investment, the doctor, nurses, trainers, teachers would leave their countries and then move to Europe to maybe work there. This, of course, not the objective, or should not be the objective of our policies. On the other side, in the European Union, we need, of course, labor force, qualified labor force, and therefore, we are also interested in developing legal migration and positive models of mobility. There are solutions to all of these problems. I think as part of the Mediterranean Pact, as we'll be exploring solutions in terms of mobility through investment, job creation, training, and see how we can dedicate our resources to train labor force on both sides of the Mediterranean that could also be mobile in a positive way. What it is very clear is that we need to avoid irregular migration. It is not a political statement. It is a humanitarian statement as well as a common sense statement. It's very clear that those who arrive irregularly after probably being exploited by the smuggling networks to the European Union or to the countries of the southern part of the Mediterranean is always the result of a failure. It's a result of a failed attempt of the governments and the societies in the Euro-Mediterranean area to address the needs and the aspirations of these people, and as well to have led them as well to be exploited by this smuggling network. So yes, I think there is a very strong commonality of objectives on both sides of the Mediterranean, and I think we need to tackle this commonly, and I think there are solutions out there in the combination of investment, job creation, training, and positive mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now the floor to Algeria, Mr. Nasser Batish.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, the omnipresent and merciful, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share some of the threats that are very complex and are a great risk for our area with you. We see that immigration has not just become a crisis, but it is also a tool for destabilizing the Mediterranean region because it has played a key role in social and economic changes in our region. I also would like to talk about climate change and global warming, which is also playing a very relevant role in the exacerbation of the migratory crisis worldwide. Algeria's strategy is dependent on its closeness, proximity to Europe, and its situation as a crossroads towards northern migration. We see that we have faced with the paradigm of solving or fighting this crisis, but also dealing with the humanitarian issues. We fight against illegal human trafficking and try to cooperate bilaterally and multilaterally with all stakeholders. Algeria also tries to deal with this problem by dealing with them at the source. We try to find alternatives for youth by creating jobs. Legally speaking, Algeria has passed a series of measures to try to eradicate illegal migration by awarding special visas for immigrants to permanent visas to stay in the countries, and also have sanctions against those who engage in human trafficking and organized crime groups, or anyone who finances these illicit activities and terrorism. We have deported more than 100,000 migrants from Algeria, and we have also tried to arrest people who engage in criminal activities such as terrorism, human trafficking, and drug trafficking. We try to always respect international humanitarian law, especially everything regards women's rights and children's rights. Algeria also endeavors to provide basic services to immigrants, especially healthcare basic health care, and first and foremost to women and children in accordance with the precepts of international humanitarian law. Ladies and gentlemen, Argelia is firmly convinced that eradicating the scourge of illegal human trafficking and illegal immigration should be consolidated through bilateral and multilateral cooperation. It is a problem that we cannot solve unilaterally. And that is why we should strengthen the ties and dialogue bilaterally, tripartite, and multilaterally in accordance and respecting basic human rights. Here in this forum, we would like to underscore the importance of a holistic approach in the fight against illegal immigration, and also taking into account the role of countries that welcome immigrants. I would like to conclude my speech by stressing the fact that as parliamentarians, we play a key role in the decision-making process, and we have to work in a balanced and holistic fashion at all levels. We must face this threat in a multilateral and not unilateral fashion, with dialogue, cooperation, and the respect of human rights at the center of it all. Algeria always will continue to respect human rights and respect our neighbors in diplomatic ways, and also continue to work with our Euro-Mediterranean partners by creating a pillar for democracy, peace, and stability in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the floor to Parliament of Finland, Mrs. Suzanne Varinta.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm deeply concerned about the situation in the Middle East and saddened by the news that the ceasefire was broken. This poses serious humanitarian challenges for so many. It has and will affect the migratory flows, as does the Russia's brutal invasion in Ukraine. Every day, thousands of people leave their homes, fleeing war, persecution, lack of drinking water, and poverty, hoping for a better future in Europe. They cross seas and borders, not because they want to, but because they have no other choice. Many never make it. They drown in the Mediterranean Sea, get lost, or are left stranded at borders with no shelter. Their stories seldom make the headlines, but each one of them is a person, a mother, a father, a child, who dreamed for a better future. It is not our place to look away, but to ask, how can we help? How can we build a world where no one is forced to pay smugglers thousands of euros to find safety? It is crucial to acknowledge that increasing migratory flows raise security concerns and that common European response is needed. By addressing the grassroots problems locally, one can try to contain the massive migration, ensuring access to education, work with proper income, security, and clean water. They are all essential. If the quality of life is sufficient, there is less need to leave one's home and end up in a dangerous journey operated by human traffickers. When addressing long-term mass migration, we need to focus on climate change, as it leads to extreme weather conditions and food shortage. As environmental conditions worsen, migration pressures on MENA region and Europe increase, leading to a rise in asylum seeker and displaced population. Without effective international cooperation and climate adaptation measures, These migration flows are expected to intensify in the coming decades. Concerted European action is needed. Having a new EU Commissioner, a position in charge of the Mediterranean questions, this is a very good initiative, but now we need to still see some tangible results. Last year, the EU adopted the Pact of Migration and Asylum. This pact is now further complemented with the Common European System for Returns and new legal framework with the aim to have swifter, simple and more effective return methods across the European Union. A close operation, especially among Mediterranean countries, that is really needed. Migration is not just about statistics. It's not just about political debates. It is about legal and safe pathways for migration. It is about human lives, and every one of them deserves to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Suzanne, for your great intervention. And now the next is going to be to Morocco, Mr. Mohamed Zido.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The Mediterranean basin is a historic connector between history and civilizations, and we now are facing major historic challenges. And so the Kingdom of Morocco, and through the enlightened vision of King Mohammed VI, has implemented a humanistic and audacious migratory policy that is based on human rights, active solidarity, and regional cooperation and international cooperation. This policy, Morocco's policy, is based on a national immigration and exile strategy adopted in 2011, which has two major administrative campaigns to try to legalize the illegal immigration status of more than 50,000 people. And so these 50,000 people were able to legalize their status, which gave them access to health care, other state services, and the job market. This is a unique example in the Mediterranean, which has been recognized by the international community as a successful model of immigration policy. The Kingdom of Morocco also plays a major role for regional migratory stability, and in the last year we have become a strategic pivot in between Africa and Europe. One example is our exemplary past with European partners, especially Spain, which has allowed us to find a better way to guarantee the safety of people who undertake the perilous Mediterranean crossing from one bank to the other. And this, our policy, also our mutual respect, is based on shared responsibility and shared reciprocity. The King Mohammed VI has always pushed for a pro-African agenda crowned with the adoption in 2015 of a body, an organization based in Rabat that handles all migratory issues, and that shows our desire to have a knowledgeable point on African soil that also helps our African brothers and sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Morocco is firmly committed to, within international bodies, where we ceaselessly plead for a more balanced, more human, and more fair migratory balance. In 2018, we welcomed the Intergovernmental Conference for the Adoption of a worldwide pact for safe, organized, and regular migration. Remember that it is possible and necessary and urgent to have a coordinated approach. We feel that the migratory challenge is not just a safety challenge, but also it's necessary to guarantee regional and international cooperation and stability. The climate crisis, which has led to drought, scarcity of water, and in turn more migration, must be a priority. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Morocco has a willingness to share its best practices, its experience, and to endeavor in a determined manner with all Mediterranean African partners for a human, solid, balanced, and concerted way of managing migration. It is up to us to make the Mediterranean area a place of dialogue and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zido, for your great intervention. Now the floor to the delegation of the Grand Assembly of Turkey, Mr. Mustafa Haluk.
Buenas tardes. Sumarme a todo lo que ha expuesto la
Good afternoon. I would also like to echo everything that has been said by the Secretary of State for Migration for the government of Spain. I would also like to recognize the dreadful situation in Palestine, and what it needs is dialogue and a two-state solution so that the Palestinians can enjoy their own land. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we also have to maintain a united position. It requires an urgent solution too. Let's not overlook the change in the administration in the US, which is really putting a chill on the situation in the world, not just because of the decisions taken, the decrees that have been ruled, but by other decisions. We are all vigilant about this. The decision to expel migrants also affect the American continent, particularly the southern states and also the continent itself, and they will affect Europe. The tariff policy based on the exploitation of commodities and raw materials means that all of us, and here in Europe, are living through a difficult situation with regard to foreign policy. All of these changes, these challenges, are dragging more human mobility towards Europe, Europe of the human rights, of freedoms and solidarity. We need to stand up to this and come up with a response. Europe needs millions of migrant workers. It will need millions in the next few years to be able to deal with the demographic and employment challenges. According to a European Commission study and the OECD and experts in the labour market, there are some key figures, estimates. In the care and health care sector, there are more than 2 million workers still needed, nurses, doctors, the carers for elderly people. In technology and engineering, we're missing about 1.5 million experts there. Cybersecurity, software experts, agriculture and construction. We need another 1 million temporary and permanent workers in hotel catering, logistics, cleaning services. More than 3 million jobs are still vacant. According to the OECD, Europe needs between 10 and 15 million workers as we move towards 2030, including over the next 5 years. This is because of the aging of our population. 1 out of every 4 Europeans will be more than 65 by 2030. Another problem is the low birth rate. It is not enough to be able to bring more people into the labour market. There are countries like Germany that requires 400,000 migrants a year. France and Spain, between 200,000 and 300,000 every year for agriculture, construction, and the healthcare sectors. The Nordic countries require skilled and qualified personnel in renewable energies, for instance. Without immigration, we need to remember this, the European economy might end up being in a severe recession because we will be lacking that manpower that we need in technology and other central services sectors. It's true that we have a common challenge, a common denominator. We all wish to have safe, orderly and regular migration, don't we? And we should also, here in the European Union, do more to be able to have a consensus on human mobility, working together with the African Union and Latin American states, and here in our own countries at home, fight against racism, xenophobia, have more awareness raising, more training. Circular migration, as we have here in Spain, is something that could be advisable Europe-wide. Also, an important instrument such as the belonging factor, which gives us a buoyant economy. Thank you very much.
Now the floor to the Turkey delegation, to Mr. Mustafa Haluki.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Sayın Başkan.
Esteemed President, valuable participants, I respectfully greet you once again. Well, I also would like to congratulate the previous speaker. He delivered a wonderful speech. Well, I also hope and pray that this important meeting will contribute to developing a common vision on the issue of migration in the Mediterranean region. The Mediterranean region has been a region where migration movements have been intense throughout history. However, today we see that migration flows have increased dramatically due to the reasons such as political instability, civil wars, economic inequalities, and climate change. The Mediterranean has become one of the most dangerous irregular migration routes and has turned into a grave for many, unfortunately. Every year, thousands of people lose their lives on journeys that they embark on with inadequate boats. This, indeed, is a tragedy that the international community cannot overlook. Well, it is our common responsibility to change this course. Human trafficking networks that exploit migrants are one of the elements that threaten regional security. Organized crime groups dragging vulnerable people onto dangerous routes creates a serious security and human rights problem. For countries receiving migrants, there is a serious burden in areas such as housing, employment, health, and education. Well, these pressures on public services sometimes bring along social tensions. While the issue of migration occasionally leads to political crisis between the European Union, North African and Middle Eastern countries, the failure, indeed, to ensure that the return of the migrants can also create a huge problem. The return policies should be carried out in line with the international law, and they should be implemented in line with the dignity of humanity. Our country, Turkey, is one of the countries that assumes the highest level of responsibility in terms of migration management. As one of the most generous countries hosting the highest number of refugees in the world, Turkey indeed follows a humanitarian approach. So approximately 4.7 million immigrants live in Turkey. Turkey follows a humanitarian approach, as I said, but also calls for a global solidarity. Migration, this call I would like to reiterate once again for solidarity. Migration is not a burden that only a few countries can shoulder. It is an issue that requires international cooperation with a collective consciousness and human conscience. Well, within this framework, first of all, stability should be ensured in the source countries and war and economic crisis should be prevented therein. On the other hand, international financing mechanisms should be strengthened and support should be provided to migrants in the countries they come from. In addition, developing common border security policies in the Mediterranean is of great importance for the region and the entire world. Indeed, migration flows in the Mediterranean are not only a regional problem, but a global one. That is what I would like to reiterate once again. Therefore, we should strengthen the search for solutions based on international solidarity, shared responsibility, and human values. I hope that this important meeting will contribute to developing common solutions and implementing them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now the floor to Mr. Joy Andel, French delegation. Joy Andel, French delegation. Please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President. France, and I am speaking on behalf of my colleague too, the deputy who is sitting next to me, and myself, of course. I'm a senator in the French Senate. France is very enthusiastic about our union for the Mediterranean. Thank you to the Spanish authorities for their warm welcome here, for holding this highly constructive session, which is very interesting for the UPFM. Migratory flows are certain for the future. In the north, we have an aging population, and in the south, youth, young people who are claiming the construction of their own future. So we have huge challenges here facing all of us in this room today, and we have to find the ways and means to regularize this strong movement that we can expect. We cannot stop it. We need to manage it, and we have to respect human rights of the people involved. France, which is a major receiving country, would like to play a part in this big human adventure by encouraging and regulating this. There are a number of regional conflicts that have been mentioned already a number of times today. France believes in universal diplomacy and will continue to talk to all of the parties involved in the conflicts in an attempt to build up peace, encouraging all, despite different opinions that may be held, to be moderate, to work towards agreement, and that quest for peace, it's that great movement in the north and the south of the Mediterranean needs to ensure that we have this calm situation. I'm sorry about having to wear my glasses, but otherwise I wouldn't be able to see anything. Thank you.
For your great intervention. Now the floor to the Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, Mr. Abdelkhali Khail. Mr. Khail.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين.
In the name of God, the omnipresent, merciful and compassionate God. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to be here today with all of you representing the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. I'm here to talk about an issue that requires us to take urgent action, and I would like to take full advantage of this opportunity to congratulate all of the Spanish representatives here and also thank His Majesty the King of Spain for being present here today. 2010 was a watershed moment for cooperation between the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and the UFM, working towards new dimensions of cooperation. Since that time, both organizations have worked together productively towards the goals that have been set out. Ladies and gentlemen, we shouldn't conceal the fact that stability, peace, and security is something that falls within the scope of the work done by the Parliamentary Assembly and reflects the countries forming part of the Assembly. The participation of the European Parliament as the institution that has created this initiative gives us added value, and it plays an important role in this cooperation and in this coexistence between Mediterranean countries. In the different spheres, the Mediterranean has been that example of mobility and movement of peoples, coexistence and cultural interchange. That's for all the peoples on both shores. But right now, those elements are now in trouble and are proving to be a threat, an economic, social, and even climate-related threat. With the unilateral breakdown of the ceasefire by Israel, this has also become a threat, as well as Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the use of AI, the lack of natural resources, and the unprecedented proliferation of human trafficking. When facing all of these scourges, parliamentary diplomacy is an essential instrument to be able to complement the role that is played by society with regard to mutual understanding, tolerance, pluralism, and respect for all states, for all countries. Even with regard to cooperation between countries or the eradication of irregular migratory flows, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean plays a key role because we work always on the basis of the principles of the UN, working towards that safe, orderly, and regular migration. That is why we have been working hard to eradicate this illegal migration, trying to come up with solutions on the basis of experiences, best practices, always bearing in mind the respect for women and children, the precepts of international humanitarian law. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean also plays an essential role in the pact for the Mediterranean within the dimension of the EU, trying to work towards a better future for everyone, taking into account the UN Secretary General's recommendations. We have a common shared responsibility. We have to leave to our future generations a better world, a world in which the people can live decent lives and make their own free choices. And that reflects our future. Thank you.
And now the floor to the Mediterranean youth, the representative of the Anna Lindh Foundation, Ms. Yasmin.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is a true honor to be here today as a youth representative of the Anna Lindh Foundation and to contribute to this high-level conversation on one of the most pressing and complex issues facing our region. Migration in the Mediterranean is not a temporary disruption. It's been a structural and multidimensional reality of our region. People have moved across these shores for centuries, shaping a shared space that is at once cultural, social, and economic. To respond effectively, we must reframe mediation, a new frame that calls for long-term planning and coordinated governance, not episodic or reactive policies. This also means rejecting fear-based narratives and embracing intercultural exchange as a source of resilience, not risk. Yet the challenges remain: fragmented governance, securitized approaches, limited legal pathways for migration, political constraints, and most recently, a very damaging information environment where disinformation and hate speech, especially designed to target the youth, fuel mistrust and polarization. All these factors hinder both effective policymaking and public support. We must therefore act on multiple fronts. First, we need to invest in cultural and civic infrastructures, education, language, youth centers, as foundational elements of early-stage reception and integration. These are not secondary measures. They are essential for long-term cohesion, particularly in diverse urban areas. Second, we must recognize the strategic value of intercultural and intergenerational dialogue. These are not symbolic activities. They are concrete tools to anticipate and mitigate socio-political tensions, foster mutual understanding, and build inclusive communities across both shores of the Mediterranean. Third, we must tackle the roots of forced migration, be it conflict, instability, lack of opportunity, economic difficulties, or climate pressure. These are long-term drivers that require sustained joint action, not only through border policies, but through development, education, and youth employment in countries of origin. At the regional level, the opportunity is quite clear to move from fragmented responses toward a truly European and Mediterranean migration framework based on shared responsibility, policy coherence. Such a framework must also be inclusive, bring in civil society, local actors, and international organizations to strengthen both effectiveness and legitimacy, and also design policy making on equal footing, not just management. This is the time to move from managing consequences to actually governing complexity with foresight, partnership, and shared values. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yasmin, for your great Indeed, today, with all the discussion which have been here and all your participation, I think that you have been making a great job. I'm really enjoyed of your way of thinking, of your depths for the problem of migration, and I think that you have been presenting a new idea can be used for a new strategy to deal with this big problem and how to use it to the benefit of both countries, the North and South. Thank you very much for all the people which have been introducing themselves with the good ideas, and I hope to see you tomorrow with a great idea more for tomorrow. Thank you very much.